welcome back to CCL Game Day. It is week 6. Spring break is over. I hope y'all had put your sunscreen on, didn't have anything crazy happen like what happened on Texas Tech's campus. We'll get into that later. And had a great one, and we're coming into a LAN week as well. Lots of action to come in the Omega Strikers community. I'm joined on the desk, as always, by K-Bot and Borg, but we've got Weston in the house today, and 3Z Breezy was supposed to be here, but he lost to the sheets. Fellas, how are you? Fellas, how are you feeling?
I'm doing all right. My weekend was actually quite productive. Spring cleaning. Spring break means spring cleaning, so
nice.
Good ups for that. It's currently our spring break here. Also, on the note of this weekend, I'm a Midwestern boy, right? So I'm used to the 30-degree temperature swings. But it hits a little different when it goes from 60-degree perfect kite flying weather to snow on the ground the next day.
Yeah, we have that,
which is what we get up here, apparently in Wisconsin. So I don't know what is going on outside, but life goes on, and so does Omega Strikers.
Yes, indeed. Weston, how are you feeling? How are you feeling this LAN week?
I'm feeling good. We didn't quite have that weather, but we've had like 40-mile-per-hour winds for 3 days in a row. Yep. So not quite kite flying. I think your kite would be ruined at that point. A little bit too fast. Wow. But yeah, it was good. The spring break was nice to get a little break from CCL, but I'm excited for it to be back. Filling in for another person this time, but the guy I was filling for last week, as you can see,
also isn't here.
Didn't quite make it.
Didn't quite make it. And Borg, how are you doing? I love that jacket, by the way. You look great in that jacket.
Thank you. Looks like I just went on a run, but I did not do that. I was at the gym earlier, but I've been sitting down in this chair for the last probably 3 hours. I did get up a few times. Make sure, set an alarm, gamers. Get up every maybe hour or so. Get a little stretch going. Get some water. Don't forget. Yeah. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just chilling. Went down past weekend to my old college campus to meet up with a friend that is still there 5 years later. Not his fault. He's Korean, so he had to go to the military. But met up with him. That was pretty cool. Drove back home. Been chilling. Went to a hockey game on Sunday. That was fun. It was fun. We got right on the glass seats. It's pretty good.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Very cool. That's awesome. Hold on. You guys aren't going to hear this, but the audience will. 3Z, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I did do the honk shoe. Me. Anyway, my spring break.
I heard it.
Yes, it was great. It was awesome. My spring break was pretty uneventful up until on Wednesday, a power substation at Texas Tech University exploded, leading to a methane fire in the tunnels underneath the campus, shooting green flames out of the manholes, burning all of the copper wiring underneath the school, proceeding to make spring break start early on Thursday and Friday. So you got 2 extra days of spring break if you were a Texas Tech student, and everybody who works at Tech is now working at home because the university doesn't have power. So yeah,
that's crazy.
The videos
that is
were awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
the videos were awesome.
I hope everyone's
Nobody got hurt.
Okay, good.
3 students went to the ER due to smoke inhalation, but they were released that night and they're fine, so that's good.
Okay.
No buildings exploded. Well, no, they didn't. It wasn't classified as injured, if that makes sense. Yeah. No buildings or property was damaged. And all things considered, it was better than it could have been. But also there was green fire shooting out of all the manholes on campus, and that's crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah. But I'm fine. I'm good. I was actually here. was here at home and getting a bunch of texts from all my friends all across the country, a bunch of CCL folks reaching out and be like, "Dude, is your campus okay?" And I'm like, "Sorry guys, I was I was being a wizard down there. I was casting spells."
Your campus is literally on fire.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, literally on fire. But they'll get all that figured out. They'll get all that figured out either way. Another thing we need to figure out as well is the LAN coming out for the Crown in Berkeley, California. It's going to be a fun one. Majority of the people on the desk will be attending, except K-Bot. We will see you soon, though. We will see you soon at another LAN. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones.
Definitely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely happening, by the way.
Yes, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. For the crown, we've got quite a few LAN participants hailing from the CCL. Those are in no particular order, of course. Zorro the Fool from SLU, Asianator and Cloakug from UTD, Katsuna and Miri Meg from NJIT, Soren from Lakeland, Weston here on the desk from CU Boulder, Dropletto from Fairfield. The entire esports at OSU roster, names Peanut Enjoyer and Carter. Carter subbing in for this trip. And then 3Z Gramella will be playing for Sundubu Strikers, Vaughn for Sad Boys, and Borg's going to be there just like me, chilling. So this is going to be great.
I'm casting.
And casting.
I'm perma going to be on that desk.
You're just going to be there all 12 hours.
Look,
every day.
Here's the thing. With Bestie and Slot, I have seniority privileges over literally everybody.
Yeah.
Except for Saya. So, and I mean, K-Bot, you're not there, so you're not counting in this situation.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
So, like, I could just be there as long as I want. Like, who's gonna kick me out? Is Saya really gonna kick me out?
I don't know.
Like, I don't think so. I don't think that's
Everybody
happening.
ask Saya in the chat right now if
like,
he'll kick out Borg for camping.
I'm just gonna sit there until I get tired or my voice starts hurting, and then I'll just go take a break.
You can
And
keep
then you'll
sitting
go
there.
get the potty, and then you'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm really excited though, because I'm used to, like, I get super stressed out, I get super competitive, and now I can just chill.
You get to experience the LAN like I always get to. It's great.
I know.
It's gonna be awesome.
We can, like, just sit on a couch and, like, cuddle and, like, maybe, like, hug a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
There's that.
Yep, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that. But from all these teams, we've got 34 in total. I think that number may increase, so just keep an eye out. But 34 teams in total going out to California to enjoy the 60-degree weather and the great hills of the area. Which CCL player / team do you think will go the furthest?
So there is one easy answer, but I am not going to take the easy answer, but I am going to take it later.
Yes.
Instead of taking the easy answer, I want to talk about the Iron-Blooded Orphans roster.
Mm-hmm.
It has Zorro on it as the CCL representative, Cardbox in the midfield slot, and Leo Leon in the brawler slot.
Wait, that's a team?
That's a team.
That's a team.
That's a team.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Like, it obviously, right? Like, pickup, they're not going to be as familiar playing with one another, but like, Cardbox performed incredibly well last Nassau run. Leo Leon, you know, if he has an on day, he will absolutely take some names in this. And we know Zorro can hold it down if he's at the top of his game. So, like, this roster is something to be scared of as like a potential Nassau caliber roster entering this event. I would not be surprised to see this roster hit the podium. And I am down for that too.
Weston, I know you're on a team, of course. How far do you think you guys will go?
I was looking earlier today, and I kind of, like, when we signed up like 3 or 4 months ago, I feel like all of us have players who have improved so much that, like, my expectations when we signed up versus I was looking at the rosters today and seeing, like, oh, we're actually, like, you know, in the solid, like, tier 2 or tier 3 among these teams. Like, there's not that many teams that I'm, like, 100% sure better than us. Of course, like the Nassau teams and all that. But I'm really excited to hopefully have a good run playing with Fireman and Bortle and staying with a bunch of homies. So, yeah, I'm really excited for that. But, yeah. As far as the CCL players that go the furthest, we saw Dropletto and Bozo Bunch kind of almost have the Cinderella run in their last dance in Nassau, and seeing them back, like the same roster, and Gret having one more chance. I would really love to see them, you know, win it all or at least get to the very end. Because I was rooting so hard for them to get it done this last time. They didn't quite, you know, no disrespect to Showtime. It was fun seeing them win too. But if Bozo Bunch could do it again, hopefully get to the last day and make something happen, that's what I'm hoping for. So Dropletto, I got to play with him in the draft tournament this last weekend.
Yep.
Shout out to him. And yeah, I hope that they make a deep run.
Absolutely. Borg, because you're not playing, but you are casting, I need some very high tier analysis of these CCL teams, okay?
First of all, who do you think you're talking to? I mean, I can give myself some high tier analysis, but not on the CCL pre-show, mister. This is not where I unleash my...
Fair. Continue, my good sir.
But I will shout out a few teams, right? With a couple names as well from the CCL specifically. So obviously, I'm excited. One team, Miri Meg, obviously coming in, but back with the old roster with all the old members. So I'm excited for the Kashikoma, Miri Meg, and Merchant roster to come back. Love all of them as people. They're all really cool to hang out with. So I'm excited to see if they can kind of bring back that old Oshi magic for any of the knowers. The old, it's kind of weird to say old school, but that kind of is old school now.
Kind of
it is old school at this point.
It's like old new school. You know what I mean? Because that was the new school upcoming, and then it became old school. But I'm excited for them. Obviously, EKC, as usual. Always excited to see them play. I think they play exciting, especially in the very recent boring metas that have happened. But with this new meta kind of popping up, I am excited to see EKC cook up some new things at the LAN and cast them. And then obviously shout out esports at OSU, bring in the boys. I mean, come on, that's got to be exciting. Even if they don't go super far, just seeing how CCL stacks up against people, bring in the boys. Who can't be a little hyped up about that? But in terms of the best quote unquote CCL team, not current this roster, but I mean, Sundubu's just I mean.
Yeah, and
they got the OG 3Z Grimella, and they have Shapeshifting, who not a CCL knower, so a lot of CCL people might not know him, but very slept-on player, really, really good goalie, and is going to round out their team really well. A bit of a Mako player, which is perfect for 3Z, so works out very well.
Yes, I think my eyes are on Bozo Bunch. I think Weston was talking about them. Of course, Dropletto, Gret from Cougs Esports back in the day, and I don't know, Obscure Breads I don't think was in college, so that's okay, or CCL in general, so it's fine. But I'm really expecting them to do really well. Oshino Coraflip, of course, with Miri Meg. That Miri Meg Kachikoma Merchant roster is insane. By the way, Merchant has a killer face card. Love that guy.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is more handsome than I am.
He is a very handsome man, I've got to say. Oh yeah, those are the main ones. Again, of course, shout out to Esports at OSU for bringing the boys coming down from Corvallis. I think it's about a 4-hour drive for them, 3-hour drive for them. So that's definitely worth it. Absolutely. And then Air's Kittens Club, of course, Soren, NXED Katsuna, or Soren and Katsuna, going to be really, really fun to watch as well in this tournament. But not all the teams are CCL, of course. You've got a lot of these other teams that are maybe CCL adjacent, maybe not even CCL adjacent. What is your top three? Because we are on Bestie and Slot. We can talk about this. What is your top three for this LAN?
Okay, so for one, the big narrative, right, that I hope every caster, cough, cough, Borg, since you'll be there all day, you better hype up Gooby is king of the West, and everyone's coming to his turf.
His kingdom.
And everyone's coming to his turf. And he has to try to defend it. Will he? Will he not? I think he will not. Especially Demons Raw coming in with Joker. Obviously, it's been played before. It's like a solid roster, right? I don't think. Well, yeah. Well, then there's.
All right, go on. I'm ruining your
I'm
point.
still gonna take the Sad Boys over Demons Raw, but above all else, it only happened like a month ago. It's a bozo sweep. Get me them on top. I was just talking about the Iron-Blooded Orphans roster because they deserve a shout out. Give me bozo on top. I am here for it. It's bozo sweep.
Ribbit.
They're back. Ribbit. I'm feeling like a frog today, gentlemen.
Not a UCF frog, I hope, though. Or maybe you are. I don't know. We'll see in the predictions. Weston.
Well, we'll see.
All right, given that I'm replacing Vaughn today, I think I have to take the Sad Boys, and I think they will be
you
there.
You have to copy K-Bot, as usual.
Yeah, I have to copy K-Bot, of course, because that's all that Vaughn does. He doesn't have any original ideas. I'm going to take them. I'm going to take, I think, Demons Raw, especially with Joker and how he's been playing lately. I mean, they have to do it, and yeah, like you said, Doomy, protecting his West title will be fun to watch. And then I just said Bozo Bunch, I think is going to make a deep run. I would love to see Sundubu Strikers show up, have the West buff for 3Z and Grimella, and make it. But I am going to pick Bozo Bunch as well. So kind of copying.
Hey.
I'm doing what Vaughn does.
The Sundubu Strikers way is to send it to game 5 or set 5 like every single time. So if you want entertaining games, catch that team on stream.
Absolutely. Borg, what are you thinking here?
It's tough.
This is tough.
So it's more of like I think in terms of power tier lists with terms of rosters that played with each other and everything, you're gonna put Sad Boys or Bozo. That's gonna be the winners, right? Obviously, but I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. At least when it comes to LAN and playing in person. Now, my heart. Let me just. This is going to be the disclaimer. This is not my what I'm going to say is going to happen, but this is what I think is going to happen. But just ignore this part. I just have to say it because I have to shout out. Sad Boys. It's their first time with all 3 members together on the same roster for LAN. They've all been to a LAN together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've never played all together in LAN.
Wow.
So like the last LAN in New York, Bells was not there. Arizona, Caleb was on my team because I paid for his plane ticket to get me 4th. That didn't get me any money in return. So great job, buddy.
You already was on another team for CECC.
And Philly.
Yeah,
and
you already was on.
Bad Boys have never had their full roster on.
Wow.
So that's gonna be happening. So I'm excited to see them kind of bring it. In terms of the Gumi dynamic, the Demons actually think they're going to be really good. I think Joker is really, really strong at LAN. They literally won doing this in Arizona as well. They've done this before. It worked. They won. Obviously, this is the full Sad Boys roster now taking them on. But I think times have changed. I think Demons are kind of a shoo-in for it. So I'll put them as the favorites in my book. I think Sad Boys and Bozo are like even right on top as well. I think Sad Boys has a slight edge because I think they boss up at LAN. But, I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, I feel like upsets can happen, but LANs, I feel like the top 3 is usually pretty set in stone. Like, maybe top 4 with Arizona. But, I don't know. I think that's going to be my top 3.
Just include yourself in that group, Borg.
Everyone thought that we were going to get 3rd at least.
Yeah.
But unlucky.
Absolutely.
Unlucky. It's hard to really beat 2. I mean, maybe KC makes a run.
True. But, I think there's a possibility there. There is a possibility for EKC to make a run. I don't know if they get top 3, but I do think that they can strike very, very close to that. I mean, their performance, they got 2nd at New York, especially with Joker. They've had stronger and stronger and stronger performances on LAN. There's a good chance for them to get a run, of course. But my vote, I think I'm going to echo a bit of the desk. I think Sad Boys gets top 3. I think they're tired of everyone saying, oh, the crown has fallen, the throne is up for grabs, Sad Boys is dead. No, they're like, nah. That was just a, we tripped, guys. We tripped, buddy. We're coming back. We're the dynasty, all right? But they're not going to win it. I think Sundubu and Demons Raw have very good chances. This is home court advantage. I think this is going to happen.
Sundubu.
I think Sundubu has a shot, but Sundubu's not winning. It's my GOAT Joker on Demons Raw, coming back into the Pacific time zone, winning another chip. I mean, Gumi, Snake, Joker, those are my dogs. Those are my ride or dies, especially Joker. I just simp for Joker, basically. So yeah, give me Demons Raw. Give me the Demons Raw here. In this one, maybe we'll have a rematch from Arizona. Maybe we'll have Demons Raw versus Sad Boys in the finals. That'd be pretty fun. But I'm hoping like Bozo Bunch, EKC, Oshino, Corefleb, Sundubu makes a run into the finals, into top 3 to give us some more entertainment. That'd be really fun. That would be really dope. But yeah, everybody check it out. It's this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, right here on Bestie and Slot. And then there's also, yes, K-Bot.
Also, the Saya and company hopefully are not going to be mad at me for shouting this out. They're looking for people to help out if you're not going.
Yes.
And you can volunteer. Please reach out to Brickbat or Saya or somebody so that they can point you in the right direction. They do need help recording matches, and I'm sure a handful of other things. So if you can help out, you're available this weekend, you're going to be watching anyway, try to get in touch with one of them.
I was about to shout out the side streams because it's not just here on Bestie and Slot. There's going to be a bunch of different side streams. So definitely go help out if you can. If it'll be a huge, tremendous part of this weekend. Again, this community needs you guys. So let's get all together and let's have a great weekend out in Berkeley. Now, moving on from this weekend's festivities into last week's, or more like 2 weeks ago's festivities. Week number 5 did not disappoint. NJIT is the final remaining undefeated team, defeating UT Nerdboom 2-0. K-Bot got the prediction right there. Everybody else was like very, very high on the Longhorns. What are your thoughts on that?
Can I give a note on that game?
You may.
CU took 2 sets off of NJIT. UT Nerdboom took 1 set off of NJIT.
That's true. That is true.
Makes you think. It makes you think.
Makes you think.
It makes you think.
Makes you think.
I don't know.
It makes you think.
It's the altitude. It's the altitude. 100%.
Yeah.
We were acclimated. They couldn't handle.
They couldn't handle it.
All I'm saying is we are now accepting NJIT apology forms. For those of you that need to send those in, please do send those in.
I'm gonna hold out. I'm gonna be like the soldier in World War II that was still fighting for 20 years or whatever.
Like
until
island.
I see them.
The Japanese guy that was stuck
Yeah.
in the
Until they score the last point of the last set of finals, I will be an NJIT doubter. I won't say hater, but I'll say doubter.
Doubter. That's a good one. I will apologize to Miri Meg at LAN. I'll apologize to all the NJIT guys at LAN.
Yeah, Dylan, you've got some explaining to do because you did that whole thing at the end, and for what?
Look, I wanted to help my goats out a little bit. I wanted to do it for content. I'm sorry for exploiting my platform for content. This is a very regrettable situation as NJIT gets the 2-0 goal score, and it is a 2-0 game. I don't know if I'll have this headset on tomorrow. I'd like to apologize to all of my bosses at Bestie and Slot. Ball knowers will get that reference. Yeah, I did. I mainly did it for content, but also, to be fair, I did believe that Longhorn could get the upset. It's not that I was doing it for performance, for being performative. I was being a little dramatic. Let's be real. But I did legitimately think that Longhorn could have done it.
Yeah, you all thought it. That's why you picked them.
Exactly. So, yeah, I'd like to apologize to NJIT for that. Then again, when it was streamed on CCL with SERP, on SERP, I did have the cap with me. Hold on. Do I still have it here in my office? No, it's in my room. Never mind. But yes, I had the NJIT cap on alongside an Austin sweater so I could be unbiased. So,
I mean,
yeah.
your mom slapped you.
My
for
mom
what you did last
legitimately
week.
slapped me for what I did last week.
It's real.
Yeah, she heard that I predicted Longhorn Gaming and she slapped me in the face. So, yeah, that's great. And then she said, "I'm kidding. It's whatever. It's no big deal." She likes she likes the players on Longhorn Gaming. She likes the players. Sorry, on UT Nerdbin. So, but yeah, the hate goes deep in my family. The hate goes deep in my family. Yeah. So. Well, Syntix will take great pride in that because Syntix is also a UT fan. So please, again, do not use that for blackmail. That could legitimately spiral my entire career. Next up, Texas A&M Maroon upset U Alberta 2-0. That was another upset, at least for us here on the desk. Fellas, what are your thoughts?
Shoutouts to the TAMU squad that showed up. Reappers had some very good plays, very good points over the course of that series. And yeah, they performed. I mean, this is a team that, like, I feel like we're kind of still on, like, the uncertain. They're on the outside looking in, right? We'll see just how much potential there is out of this roster to make deeper runs in playoffs, but they're almost a shoe-in for the bracket itself at this point. We'll see whether or not they can take some names as we get a little further along in the season.
Yeah, it was a playoff rematch from last playoffs, and I just know that because TAMU beat my team and then played Alberta, so they had the mountain gauntlet of the only 2 mountain teams. But I know Alberta beat them in last playoffs, so it kind of shows, like, you know, their roster changed. They have ASM in there now, and now that we're a season later, TAMU beat them this time. So, you know, one team kind of on the upslope, one maybe on the down, but I think Alberta still can make playoffs. But yeah, TAMU, I think, like you said, a team that we've all known will probably be in the playoffs again, but we'll see if they're able to make a deeper run this time.
Absolutely. Borg actually the only one to predict Texas A&M Maroon on this one because Borg said both A&M teams, I'm locking them in. Everybody else said U Alberta. So yeah, congratulations to Borg. Finally here. Yeah, sorry, K-Bot, you can go.
Borg just is a ball knower, right? I mean, I don't know.
Let's just say when I try, I try. I needed to get my game back. I needed to get back that 50%. I needed to keep it strong. And I said, you know what? I'm getting one win, one loss here. Tamu's going to do 1-1-1 for me here. And they did.
Yeah.
Let's just say I think I'm the most knowledgeable CCL player or host on the player. I think I'm the most knowledgeable. I mean, I wish I was a player, but I'm sadly 25.
Hey, Masters degree.
When I try, I always get it.
Yeah,
True. But I didn't graduate from undergrad to begin with. I went to career college.
Heck yeah.
Look into it, folks. Look into it.
Definitely look into it. Definitely look into it. Finally, St. Clair, the Saints, they upset Oregon State 2-1. We had a lot of conversation about this matchup on the pre-show. We did not predict it, but here on game day, we had a lot of conversations about this one. Both these teams very strong. Both these teams look very good. St. Clair getting a close 2-1 victory over Oregon State. What are your thoughts, fellas?
I mean, it's the judgmental and Storm DFT buff, right? Well, no, it's not just the judgmental buff. Let's make that clear. I think Storm actually pulls his weight in this roster quite well. And the fact that both of them are back in is why St. Clair is so significantly leveled up. I was taking a look back. I didn't get the chance to actually watch that game, but I was taking a look back at some of the numbers. Based on the stats alone, I don't think Judgmental just makes the difference in that game. I think it's the combination of both of them, some of the chemistry that they've built up just as being at the same institution for a couple of years. I think both of them make the difference. I don't know, Weston, obviously you got the chance to play against this roster the week prior. So maybe you could speak a little bit to the chemistry that's back and the pep and the step that is the Saints roster.
Yeah, I had scrimmed them a lot with the old roster, and then of course they those two showed up the week that we played them, which is unfortunate. Their old roster was great too. Let's be clear, like that's a playoff team as well. But now they have two fantastic players they added, and I think especially beating OSU here, like they're cementing themselves as obviously, even though I said I'm a doubter, NJIT is at the top. But for that, like number 2, number 3, number 4, you have UT Nerd Boom, you have UT Dallas has showed up this season, and I mean St. Clair I think is firmly showing themselves as a top 4 team with this roster, and I think they're going to have it for playoffs. They also beat UT with the same roster last playoffs. That was without Storm, so I think they're showing like they're a real contender, and we could look up on playoff Sunday and it could be St. Clair and NJIT in the finals. So yeah, we'll see who they play. Who they play this week, I forget. I looked at it before, but we'll get to predictions and everything later. But yeah, I think they're cementing themselves as like right in that tier 2 and a really interesting team.
Very interesting indeed. And it's loading right now, so I've got you right.
St. Clair
here.
plays UT Nerd Boom.
Boom. UT Nerd Boom.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
That'll be a fun one. I think that'll be a very fun one as well here.
Yeah.
Central time battle? Ontario's Eastern time.
No, they're East.
They're East. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I have no idea about Canadian geography. I will educate myself a lot better. I'm so sorry to my friends up north. Thank you, Canada by Islam. Thank you. Let's go. I think this says a lot more about both these teams and how strong these teams both are. It doesn't say like, oh, Oregon State's bad because they lost. No, I think they're still a very good team, and both these teams are very good, and the league should be on notice about both of these teams. In my honest opinion, even though it is quote-unquote an upset, it was a close game, and both these teams will show up come April. Borg, what do you think? I'm sorry. I wasn't skipping you. Don't worry. I was going to go back to you. I'm sorry.
Here, I got to pull my weight this week.
Sorry, 3C being snuggly wuggly in his bedgy wedgie is making me crazy. I don't know.
Oh, right.
Look, I actually do have.
You don't have somebody else to keep you in check. Apparently,
exactly.
You need 2.
I need 2. Yeah, I need the entire desk to keep me in check.
Don't we know it?
Yeah. Borg.
All right.
Anyway, Borg.
So as
you
I
have
was
the floor
saying,
now.
Please.
So I actually do have something to say about St. Clair. First of all, easy prediction. That's all I'm going to say. Second of all,
predict this one, but go off.
Okay, can you not say? The audience doesn't know that.
Yeah, they do. I'm pretty sure Dylan said that right before we started this section.
I mean, I also did think they were going to win in general because, and I'm about to tell you why, Storm TFT has been DMing me. has been DMing me.
Okay.
February 25th, 2025 at 9:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can I get some brawler coaching? And you want to know what I said? No.
You said hell no.
I said I do not coach anymore. I didn't even say sorry.
Oh.
But bright side here. Bright side. I said if you have any one-off questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind that. Okay, nice guy. So of course, obviously,
real nice.
Fan of it, immediately asked me like 5 questions. But yeah, gave a little bit of tips here or there, and then reacted to me on the pre-show February 26th, apparently, about talking about Judgmental coming back, but not Storm TFT. And I said, and I quote, and here's my little curse wording for the day. I said, I talk Judgmental. You want me to talk you too? and then he says, yeah, XDDD. So here's my time to shine. St. Clair, you're nothing. You got to show us a little bit more. You think you're hot stuff, huh? No, you're not hot stuff. Judgmental, Storm, washed. You're both washed. You got to beat Longhorn. You got to beat Longhorn, or I'm not a believer. That's the challenge for you.
That's the challenge. Wow.
Bada bing, bada boom. That's all I'm gonna say.
Challenge issued.
Challenge has been issued. Now,
and if you beat Longhorn, then I'll become a fan.
Okay, I like that a lot. We'll see. We will see this week. Again, this week is a little bit weird, and we're going to talk about this now as we transition into our predictions phase. This week is a tad weird because it's a LAN week. The logistics of everything might not line up. So we had spring break beforehand. So some of the LAN teams did play. SLU UTD notably did play this past week in order for the SLU guys to make their way to LAN and the UTD guys to make their way to LAN in a good amount of time. So some of these predictions may be void. We might have to strike some of it. We might have to do a forfeit. So keep that in mind while you're predicting, and I'll let the audience know as well. But when it comes to our predictions for week 6, we've got the leaders here, and we have a change in the leaderboard. Syntix put up the results here. 3Z is still in first place, 82.76% pick rate, but K-Bot usurps Vaughn and joins me in the second place spot, 22-7, 75% pick rate. K-Bot is back.
I'm not back. I was the only NJIT believer, apparently.
Yeah. And also, I'll get into this later because you went 5-1 this week. You're lighting up on green the entire time, which is great. Vaughn slides down to fourth place, 21-8, 72.41% pick rate, and Borg remains in last place, but 15-14, 51.72% win rate. We are in the final 2 weeks of competition. There is a good chance that Borg can finish this off with a 500 record. Weston, however, went 2-4 this week, only predicting.
Look. I never thought I was here as a guest, so I was like, I'm just gonna make like some predictions that maybe I hope happen. I don't think are that realistic. I never thought I'd have to answer for them. So now Vaughn is gone. Now I have to actually answer for my predictions.
Yes, now you have
I
to
went
answer
2-4. It's true.
Yeah.
Now, actually, you should go 4-2 so you can tie Borg.
You could.
That's right.
You absolutely could.
Beat him at his own game.
That's right.
Let's see what we get into here. First matchup, it's a big one. It's the Highlanders versus the Stags. Sorry, K-Bot. Wait, sorry. Pause. What was that?
No. I was just going to say, Weston, please don't do that because we need an actual player to actually talk about the game and actually provide some insight. We don't. Borg isn't going to do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes,
hey, I've been great today.
No, Borg's been great. Borg's been great.
Yeah, but now we're going into the part of the show where you're less great.
It's called entertainment. Why don't you read a book?
Entertainment. Anyway, this match is going to be entertainment. NJIT, the Highlanders, the 6-0 champion, the 5-0 champions of the league so far, versus the Fairfield Stags. Fellas, is it the Highlanders or is it the Stags? K-Bot.
Gentlemen, it's an NJIT sweep. Put 'em on. What did I just say? Did I say NJIT? I don't even know what I said.
You did say NJIT. It sounded
Highlanders.
very good.
Okay. Highlanders, they're sitting on top of their high hill. Give them this one from me. Hey, I think Fairfield might have a small chance, but I don't think they've got a larger chance than UT Nerdboom. I think the St. Clair Saints, if they play in week 7, will give this roster the largest run for their money at this point. But Highlanders will still get it done. They're not worried still.
All right. Weston.
Yeah, echoing that, much like Vaughn would do if he was here. I think that they played probably a better team last week, as much as I love Fairfield, and they've been, kind of the fan favorites. Yeah, I think they played a better roster last week, and they took care of them pretty handily. Some are saying, like we said before, the biggest challenge they faced was CU. Took 2 sets off of them. But this week, yeah, I think
some are saying that.
Yeah, there are murmurs. But yeah, I think Fairfield has a small chance, but I think it's going to be NJT for sure.
Alrighty, Borg, what are you thinking?
I'd love to say that this is a tough one, but it's not. NJT's taking it. I mean, I'm just gonna take I bet on them most of the times, and I'm always getting a free win out of them. So let's get another one.
We will see 3C Breezy's pick as well here in a second, as well as Vaughn's. We will count Vaughn's picks as well. We'll put Vaughn's pick somewhere else. I'm so sorry, Syntix. But
he'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out. He'll be fine. But my prediction is that Fairfield, the Stags, will rise up the mountain, and NJIT, even though we all love the Stags, they're taking those antlers, they're putting them on the mantle. Give me NJIT here. The Highlanders are going to protect their lands.
Ow.
The Scotsmen will have some great deer meat for dinner.
That is brutal.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the visceral
we don't know
imagery
where Borg
here.
went.
Borg is
Yeah, well,
He's here.
we figured out that much.
he's just okay. Well, yeah. I think that I would love to see. He's getting his glass. Okay, good. I would love to see a world where Fairfield could beat NJIT, but I just don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, I'm gonna be real here. I believed in a team doing that at one point, and it didn't work. NJIT slapped them, and now Longhorns horns are up on top of the mantle. Now we'll have some stag horns next to it. So
Wow.
yeah, I mean,
Wow.
weird hunting
Chills.
trip, guys. Weird hunting trip, Mary.
Wait, Buffalo horns too.
They have buffalo horns
Oh!
too. Oh my gosh, they're going for all
Their
of
horn
the
collection.
venison and beef. It's insane. That's crazy.
Nope.
Well, hope that their exotic meat trip will end very soon. Fuel Esports versus Lakeland. This one's gonna be a fun one as well. Fellas, what do you think?
So, most of what I did this week, I didn't get the chance. I didn't have the time to dive in very closely. So I'm kind of going based off of strength of schedule for a lot of these matchups and kind of my just gut check feeling of where this is. As I look at Lakeland's strength of schedule, last week lost to the Stags 3-0-3-0. Week before, win over Texas State. That one went to game 3. Before that, they take the win over UTulsa in a 2-0 series, but that one was a little closer. Meanwhile, on the Fuel side, they have some signs of life versus UT Dallas. They take a very convincing win over the Rogs, or not very convincing, but sizable win over the Rogs. I am going to take Fuel Esports here. I will be a Fuel head this week. I think E.T. Han, by the way, is starting to put in a handful of games in the queues, which is a good sign. Chaos, I mean, I assume this team is scrimming, right? Chaos probably is going to get more help from like in-houses and scrims, where Soren can probably coach him up a little bit more rather than just queuing. So I guess that makes sense, but I don't believe that this roster has it. I think Fuel has a solid enough roster. Give me the Fuel.
All right, I love that solid sound evidence here from K-Bot. Weston, do you have the same sentiment?
I do. I think Fanshawe is, both of these teams are perennial playoff teams, but Fanshawe has the continuity of they've had the same roster for at least 3 of the 4 seasons, and I think all 4 at this point. And yeah, Lakeland, I picked them last week. I was hoping they would show a little more fight against Fairfield, but just, bringing in a new player, and like we've talked about, Etion not being quite as active as he once was. Soren is a great player and, the best player in this game, but I think just the balance of Fanshawe's roster, and I know they're active, those players have been they're playing in ISS, they're playing in like scrims and going to play in Launchpad. So they're all already working toward other competitive things. But yeah, I think for CCL, they've just been around for so long and they continuously, end up around the same level. And I think that level that they're always at is above what Lakeland is capable of right now. So give me Fanshawe.
Fanshawe, the Fuel, so far 2-0 here on the desk. Borg, what do you think?
Fuelheads rise up, baby. Let's go. You already know I'm voting for the Fuel. Are you kidding me? OG Fuelheads rise up. We got some new members here on the desk. I'm loving it.
Yeah, that's real.
Absolutely. We'll get the other two guys' predictions here right now. For me, I have a little bit of a story here. There was a chance.
Of course he does.
Of course. There was a chance that if Lakeland had beat Fairfield, that NJIT and Lakeland would have been played live on Friday in San Francisco. So both the teams would go to a PC cafe and I would stream it and they would be playing live. Now, because Lakeland lost, that all sort of went out the window, and now Fuel and Lakeland trying to figure out when to play this game during the treacherous week of travel. Give me the Fuel here. I'm a little bit more confident about what the Fuel can do versus what Lakeland can do. Plus, Soren is probably prepping more for the LAN that has cash prizing and glory attached to it than a week in the CCL, and I think that's totally okay. I think that's totally fine. Next up, we've got another cool one also pertaining to LAN here. Esports at OSU versus the UCF Rogs, and this game might be played on LAN. That is right. The OSU roster is at LAN, and the only time that they're potentially available is on Saturday. There's a chance that this may be played during the LAN live. We will see if there's a streamer, if there's anything that we can point y'all to. But fellas, is it Oregon or is it Florida? Again, another really long away matchup in San Francisco. I don't know.
Thank goodness it might be a little bit closer as they play from California instead of Oregon. But I think I'm going to believe in the bounce back here for the Esports at Oregon State folks. I think, look, they kept it close versus St. Clair, right? That went to 3 games, competitive sets, back and forth. I think they will still be in that highest tier of teams. Maybe not quite able to compete with St. Clair or NJIT on a consistent basis, but at least enough to be vying for podium slots, top 6 on day 2, what have you. So definitely give me OSU here. I believe in their bounce back. And I guess I will continue picking against UCF for some reason.
All right. Love that. Love to hear that. Weston.
Yeah, this is it'll be really cool to hopefully see OSU play this. We were talking about it a little bit before the show, but I feel like I've met so many people in the CCL, but OSU, they've been some of my friends since season 1, and I've never met them or anything. So I hope when this game is being played, I'm standing behind OSU and cheering them on. I love UCF too, but if they're there, I'm gonna have to cheer them on. I'm gonna have to be a homer. But yeah, I think OSU is, even though they lost last week, I think they're firmly still toward the top of the league. And Rogs are a great team, and they're definitely going to be in the playoffs. But give me OSU for this one, and I think it'll be a strong bounce back for them, and will make for an interesting last week as far as who they play.
Borg, what are you thinking?
I'm a big fan of causing chaos, right? I really think that just watching people get nervous and confused is really enjoyable to me. So I feel like doing the opposite of Weston and actually just rooting against OSU at LAN all they play
You'll have
would be
angel and the devil on
really
both shoulders
fun.
here.
It would be really fun. I'm going to stand right in front of their computers too. So if they lose a goal, I'm going to be screaming yes. So I'm going to be really enjoying. I'm going to be milking that one up at LAN if that does end up happening. So and UCF, come on, they need some love too, right? So let's go with the Rogs today.
Yeah, I like that. That is a hilarious image. Like Weston, saying, "You can do it. I believe in you." And Borg even them out with, "You suck. I hate you." And maybe that'll just, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't need to be toxic. I'm just gonna really yell for the other team that is not there.
Okay, no, that's fair. Yeah, I'm sorry for putting words in your mouth there. I'm sorry for doing that. That's my bad. But yeah, definitely being like, oh yeah, let's go UCF. Yeah, that's a great visual. I think the land buff will definitely help these OSU guys. If they're able to get it off the ground. This UCF team is also struggling a little bit because they're on spring break this week. So they one of the players doesn't have access to a PC or to I think PlayStation actually. So they will not be able to play until Saturday. And that's going to be a little hard. You know, they're not going to be able to, they're going to be off the game for a few days. They're off the game right now. How will that affect them? I'm more safe with going with OSU than this UCF Rogues team. But hey, if an upset happens on LAN, again, cinema indeed. So yes, I'm going with OSU here, but good luck to both teams. Good luck to both teams indeed. Next up, first game on right here on Bestie and Slot, 8 p.m. Eastern, the UCF Rods versus the CU Boulder Strikers. Both these teams, I believe, coming off wins. I know CU beat my Texas Tech Red Raiders. At least we beat y'all in basketball the same night. I'm fine with that. K-Bot, what do you think?
You can always count on Weston and company to play first game on the Bestie and Slot broadcast on Wednesday at default time. Love to see that. Thank you.
You make my job so much easier.
Thank you. Yeah, right. As the person who has hosted these kinds of things before in other games, yeah, thank you for being the team that can be relied on. I am going to take the Colorado Boulder folks. Once again, continuing to vote against UCF for no real good reason. The Rods got on my bad side early in the season, I guess. I don't know. I think Colorado's got this one. The Weston will be able to hold it down, and the Qs are not looking favorable to the Rods right now. They're playing the game more, which is good, but not looking favorable. I just saw a little bit of a red C on one of them in the solo queue charts. So not looking great right now for the Rods. Give me Colorado.
Don't worry, K-Bot. The UCF hate plot point will be unveiled in a future arc of the CCL Game Day pre-show.
Excellent.
The writers are still working on it. It's gonna be real.
I don't even know why I'm hating them right now, but I am. So
most characters don't. Weston, yeah, right. Weston. Just say it.
Well, so like in CCL when you're playing, I think so many weeks it's either you get a team where it's like, okay, like this is definitely a win for us, like respectfully, and a lot of weeks where it's like, okay, we're going to try our best, but this is a very difficult game. Like
that has been your season so far. I was just looking back at your schedule. Yeah. That has been your season so far.
Our losses are to maybe like the top two teams, and then we've won our other games. But this game, like when I saw it, I was like, wow. I think that's a team that like they've been in the playoffs before. We were in the playoffs for the first time last season. I think they're very close to us. So I'm really excited for this game. If you guys remember last week, the whole incident with my teammate Robert Barron and Vaughn. Vaughn's not here to rehash it, but we know that he's at least in the queues. I've been seeing my other teammate AG in the queues as well, and I've been playing, of course. I hope that we win. I think it's a really close game, and I'm really excited and a little nervous for it, but it'll be right after this, and I hope we're locked in. We're going to be playing at our esports facility, which we don't always get to, but we'll have a LAN buff as well, so that'll be exciting. But yeah, I'm really excited for this one, and I'm going to pick CU.
All right, Borg, is this going to be a Boulder sweep or an avalanche, if you will? A landslide?
As much as I love avalanches, and as much as I actually like CU Boulder, I almost went there. It was like my second choice for schools. I was a big fan of your guys' programs. To kind of piggyback what K-Bot was saying, see a red on the UCF Corestrike and all that stuff. You gotta have a gambler's mentality sometimes, right? And when you see a lot of losses in a row,
how real is that?
You're bound to
you gotta min-max the league here.
What's not a better win than CCL, baby? I mean, I'm sorry, Weston, but I gotta go with these Rods. It's the gambler's mentality. It'd be stupid to not go for it. They have a win. They're bound to have a win.
They gotta hit at some point. They've gotta hit at some point.
It needs to hit.
That's me playing my TFT games.
Just one more Q. I think this one is going to be a very good match. I think, yes, as Weston was saying before, the CU schedule has been like best team, they can win this one. Best team, they can win this one. And this one's actually going to be a very good challenge for them. It's going to be fun. It's going to be on stream. But Weston, I will see you in the winners column, and I will see you at LAN this weekend. Give me the Colorado Boulder Buffaloes Go Big 12.
Well done.
There we go. Thank you. Next up, the middle match of the night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Best in Slot. It's a March Madness preview of the South region. Both these basketball teams, are top 4 seeds in the nation, but both these teams are also fighting for playoff prominence in the CCL. It's Auburn A versus Texas A&M Maroon, an SEC showdown as well. K-Bot, what do you think?
So again, like looking at these two rosters, strength of schedule, strength of wins, I'm really heavily relying on here. I think Alberta is a decent roster, right? I'm actually favoring Texas A&M here, and I think I will give it to them. Auburn obviously had a real solid break a couple days, weeks ago, right? Oh, was that versus the Rods or the Rogs? Now I forget.
It was one of the UCF teams. I know that much.
It was one of the UCF teams. Another reason to hate them. There we go. They lost to Auburn. Great program. Again, I said it on the broadcast that week. Was really looking forward to that team getting a win. I don't think they're going to get it this time, though. I think if they do, like, Auburn might potentially, like, have even more momentum snowballing to their favor. But for now, it's kind of like a race of snowballs, right? Who's going to have the momentum heading into the back half of the season? Right now, I think Damn You Maroon has slightly more.
All right, Texas A&M pick here from K-Bot. Weston, what do you think?
Yeah, I had similar thinking. I think these are two really close teams again, like the last game. Like, great job on these stream games. Very close ones, I think. And I think, like, going into from last season, I don't think they quite played in playoffs, but I feel like they played last season or something. But I think they've just, from last season, this season, always kind of been in the same tier. Auburn, TAMU, also Alberta, who they played last week. And I think TAMU beating Alberta last week, kind of showing that they're on the climb up. And all of these teams are just very similar, like where they have one really, really proven player, two players that like are regularly playing the game, maybe not at the same level, but just very balanced teams where all three are active. And that's both of these teams as well. I'm also going to go with Texas A&M. I think that they have been steadily improving, and their brawler Sweatproofs, being their best player, just has the ability to really take over some games. I know he has a Kazan as well, and Kazan has been a lot stronger in the meta, so that could be something that helps them if they've been practicing, especially, might be able to take advantage of that. But I'm going to take Texas A&M, but I think another really close game, and one I'll be excited to see.
All right, Borg, what do you think?
Texas A&M, I mean, proved their usefulness to me last week, getting me that win that I needed. Big believer in them, so they're going to be useful for me again this week, and I hope they get the win because I'm going with Auburn. I need a loss right now to keep up with my prediction. Auburn, I mean, you don't need to get back on that horse just yet. You got another week. I swear you don't need to get a win just yet to have some playoff chances. Don't take my word for it, but you don't need to try that hard. Texas A&M.
What are these teams' records?
Baby.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Dylan, what are these records?
This is the 3 and 2.
Okay, so these were 3 and 2.
It's the 3 and 2 pool.
Before,
Borg is right. Borg is right.
Yes, I was going to mention that. Also, I don't want to take full credit for the scheduling this week. Saya actually came and asked for 2 of these matches. Asked for Auburn A versus Texas A&M Maroon, Texas State versus George Mason, and OSU versus UCF Rogs, because those were all 3 and 2 teams looking to lock in for playoffs. Looking to just secure their playoff spot this week. So thank you, Saya, for reaching out to that. I'm very happy that we were able to get at least 2 of those onto the broadcast this week. But yes, both of these
teams. And then Weston just takes over that first slot.
Yeah, Weston just takes over that first slot. It's fine. It's okay. It's a land preview if you think about it. Auburn A, Texas A&M Maroon. Yes, it's going to be a very close match. Texas Bio Sirens, though, are going to have to go off. Wee, Texas A&M Maroon. It's Texas A&M Maroon sweep. But I think Auburn A can get into the playoffs with another win in week 7. I think that is a very, very big possibility for them. I think they'll make everybody in Auburn proud. War Damn Eagle. Finally, our nightly match capped off at the end of the night. It's 2 Titans, some players that have been around for quite a while, and yet another 3-2 match at 10 p.m. Eastern right here on Best in Slot. Texas State versus George Mason. K-Bot, what we know about both these rosters, what players are going to be playing, does that influence your decision at all?
It absolutely does. And I hope for sure that Wiggly Wobbly is playing. GMU played quite well last week, as I recall, with him in the midfield line. And I will take them this week. Last week, by the way, with Wiggly Wobbly in, GMU 6-0 over the Lowlanders.
I will say, actually, with him in, because Rabies is now on the roster, Wiggly was brawling last week, and I think that's the plan going forward. He's been playing like X, and he has other picks, I think, too. But he's a very good player, so I mean, he can brawl as well.
In the brawlers, whatever.
You know.
He's at midfield anyway because it's a Back Souls meta. Give me GMU. Patriots are going to take this one, and we'll go from there.
All right.
I am also going to take GMU. I'm a big fan of Texas State. Jacob, I stayed with him when I visited this last fall. I've been in his room. I've pet all of his cats. He has a lot of cats. Shout out to Jacob.
Shout out Jacob.
He's a very nice guy. I really hope that they can make an upset here, because seeing them in the playoffs would be awesome. They've been so close, and I know they were really close last season. So it'd be a big win for them to get, and I do think it's like within the realm of possibility for them to win this game. So I hope Texas State shows up. I hope they're practicing and active, but I am going to go with GMU. Seeing Wiggly back has been awesome, and Spartan and Rabies have been playing all season, doing really well. So I'll take GMU.
Borg.
1 week of bad picks, and Weston's already forgoing his morals. He's going for the statistically correct picks. I mean, welcome to the desk,
buddy.
Man.
Welcome to the desk.
Finally got it. Finally learned. Now I'm going to do the exactly opposite. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going with GMU. My ride or dies from day one. I don't care if they have roster troubles. I don't care if they've been figuring things out. I'll always bet on GMU. Let's go. Let's bring it. Bring the heat.
Bring the heat, indeed. I do like this new GMU roster. I like this revamped GMU roster.
I like it when Spartan's in the box.
I like it when Spartan's in the box. I love that. Somebody quote that, put that on a t-shirt. I think this GMU team, I think they're going to beat Texas State. My Texas bias sirens are a little bit off right now for this one.
Yeah, thank goodness we didn't fall for the Texas bias.
Yeah, I did that last week. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do it again. Sorry. Sorry to my fellas and my friends out in San Marcos. This might also be close. We might get a Texas State map win, but I don't know. It'll depend on what Texas State we see. Because Texas State made it into play-ins last season, beating Texas Tech in the final week, going 4-4, right? We don't know what version of Texas State will be playing on stream this week. So
we don't really know what version of GMU will be playing.
And that too. It's kind of a grab bag, which is why all of you should stay tuned throughout the broadcast. Check it out at the very end of the night. And that will do it for us here on Game Day. Next week, we will have the Game Day live recording from the LAN in San Francisco, except K-Bot. Don't worry, K-Bot, we will have K-Bot record predictions and some other points and stuff, so he will still be on the broadcast. But a very special edition of the show next week. We might have Weston on, we might have Peanut and Joyer on, we might have some other fellas on like we did at Phoenix last season, or 2 seasons ago. So we will see. Make sure to check that out this weekend here on Bestie and Slot and all the other side streams as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that will do it for us. Have a great week. Next week's the last one, so enjoy it while you can. Adios, everybody.
Hey, Threezy, got any closing thoughts for us?
Tuck him in.
Tuck him in. He's got to go to bed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CCL Week 6. This time I'm joined by Agent Cannon after a 2-week break.
Been a little while, but it's always fun to be here and to cast, and got some good games lined up. Going to be starting with UCF Rods versus CU Boulder Strikers, and should be pretty fun. Going to be a little bit of an interesting match here. There are some highlights here, of course, and some pick ban strategies. From what I've been hearing, poor Pewis has not gotten the chance to play the Now or the Kai most of the time. But if those picks do come out, it's probably going to be quite the force to be reckoned with, especially on AtLab.
Yeah, for sure. Pewis being known a lot for a lot of these speed-based midfielders, and with us kind of reverting back to a little bit less of that meta, I know there's still some of those running around, pun intended. But with how the Awakenings have changed, right, we have stuff like Aimee coming back, right, and that's something that I believe on the opposite side, AG is pretty comfortable on.
And it seems like we see that coming out immediately, especially, I mean, this Aimee Finny Asher comp is quite a force there. Going to be a lot of damage coming out here for the Boulders, seeing if they can just, well, boulder their way through. Don't worry about anything fancy there, just kill the opponents, especially the squishy Kai. Of course, Atlas is going to try and get in the way of that, but we'll see how this goes. First, though, the barrier falling for Rods, and Nats 18 immediately down to no HP, just about. Almost dying, but managed to dodge out of the way. The Asher primary, glitch pop as well, not finding the connection. The Fini card as well, not quite there. The triple take, gonna actually take Weston's own bear, not quite secured there. A little bit too greedy for the kill, and that's 18. Dashes there into the orb, and we have the corner control here. The Cyber's right backwards actually sets it up so that Kazan can get the barrier. Now Nats 18 is poised to take the goal. Triple take defends the Aimee turret. Firewall Sentry getting it forward as well. The glitch pop gets it down. Robert Barron taking a lot of damage there off the black hole as well. Weston going for a little bit of a dribble play here, trying to get it down, but Nats 18 gets it right through with Strike War win.
And hey, that's Kazan with size, right? We didn't talk about these Awakenings much yet. Siege Machine taken on everyone except the Brawlers, and notably, Pewis moving back over to Slick Kicks over Mag Souls, which, you know, had sat in the meta for so long. And another interesting pickup is actually Robert Barron opting for the Pummelers, picking up something like the guy that gets playstyle, and, well, we'll have to see how does that work, because there's so much damage on the Boulder side, but damage be darned, both midfielders fall, one to knockback, one to straight damage, and it's still interesting, right? Because Diamond is playing this Atlas, which means even in this power play for the other side, it's not going to be that easy to crack him when he has one barrier still up.
Yeah, that is one of the big things in this kind of very defensive comp with that Atlas versus the Fini with all the offense. The core flip, though, burned by Weston there. Robert Barron as well repositioning using the black hole, but Diamond is on top of things, and that's going to be a barrage killing the Asher, and the barrage going down as well. The Rods are at it. They are trying to score the second goal here. Not going to manage it, though, and Nats 18 almost finding a strike shot into the primary from Kazan, but the strike wars are good from AG and Weston both. Glitch drop goes a little bit wide. The barrage actually doesn't catch the core there, or barrier, excuse me. The primary as well, that astral projection from the Atlas, not going to find anything. The black hole and the card from Fini, not quite enough. The glitch pop, not enough either. They're just barely missing so many abilities, and that really can spell the end here. But Diamond on that defense, not going to let an easy one go through like that. The big finish, not able to finish things out, and so much pressure on this Fini goalie, but defended really well there by Weston. Red core's all over the place now in overtime. Weston able to defend that with help from Robert Barron there, and Nats 18. The core flip out of Pewis, but not going to find it either. We are so deep into this. IG puts it up to the top. Really nice find there on the barrier. Robert Barron not even needed to secure, but was in that right position. And the top shot from AG finds it really nicely, and that is going to be Boulders on the board.
Yeah, I think the thing that I really don't like out of that point by the Rods is just the fact that their passes don't seem to be clean enough even when they go for them, and the passes to begin with are not as frequent as I feel like they really should be, right? This Kai and Kazan have really good abilities to play around those passes, and on the opposite side, we saw great passes out by AG and Robert Barron, and that's really what scored them that point.
Yeah, and the other thing, Nats 18 is going for a lot of these plays using that corner, but sometimes I feel like it's not necessary, especially with that core flip there. Trying to just send it in might be the faster way to score, and, you know, the longer these points go, kind of the better here for the side of the Boulders, able to stack damage and kill the Kai just like that. Robert Barron has the core flip on the top, gonna be saving it for right then to get the Asher protection, finds the angle from behind, but great defense by Diamond there is keeping this barrier alive. Now it is an open goal versus a closed goal still, and the Boulders have to get something done. They managed to find it with so many abilities used. Giga goes wide, though, and that's going to be the start here. Boulders not able to, or rather, Rod's not able to flip the momentum. Cyberswipe doesn't catch it, though. Triple Take doesn't catch it, though. Glitch Pop doesn't catch it, though. So many abilities, again, just barely missing. If any one of them hits, it's basically GG, but there we go. In the end, no abilities necessary. Strike War to win. Just put it right through. Well done by AG.
Yeah, and not just AG. Robert Barron sitting on that kind of midfield position there, winning all those strike wars against Nats. Nats struggling to win a single one, and that's really what crucially put that point in favor of CU, and they're looking to convert here once again, and I continue to wonder, right, is this sort of midfield positioning on the Asher going to work out well for them, or is it going to be a bit of a detriment, as Weston does have to use that flip there, so perhaps maybe more of a detriment on that side.
Yeah, can always be a risk to go with there, but as long as your goalie is able to hold it down, it's not too big of one. But there, as soon as I say it, Nats 18 puts it through, and that is the downside of that Fini. You kind of don't really have too much to actually defend. You really have to just keep it really far afield and depend on your midfield, and AG's having to run back and forth so much that, I mean, it's almost impossible to be in the right position all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, in that position, one might say you're actually finished, and a great flip out by AG, interrupted out by the crooked leverage from Nats, and now with neither midfielder having energy, we might see more deaths coming out of both of them. Damage getting dropped on each of them. Pewis now being the target of CU's focus. They're looking for this top barrier, interrupted by Nats, and now this offense, this has to go clean for Rods.
Yeah, they're trying it, but the core flip is denied as well. Nats 18 taking a fair bit of damage, and the triple take as well, but is going to not die there. The black hole was very tempting, I'm sure, but does not get popped there. Diamond on the defense still. About as unbreakable as Diamond it would seem, but there we go, trading an IME for a barrier. Let's see if it pays off for the Rods. They get the kill, but they lose the defense. Second barrier taken. This is the opportunity while IME is off the field. 3 seconds now until the IME is back on the field there. The card hits Kazan. IME's back on the field, goes up to the top, and Weston's out of position. That is going to be set 1 taken by the Rods. Very narrowly there. If AG gets out 1 second sooner, then maybe that flips entirely on its head.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, I think Robert Barron was just barely in range to flip. If he recognized it and flipped in time, it could have actually just flipped the momentum and potentially even a goal right there for CU. But winning this set means that the Kazan gets even more size. This recovery drone making it even tougher to take these 1v1s. But on the opposite side, extra special for the IME, rapid fire for the Fini. That is so much more damage and so much more control. And yes, the Kai gets some speed, but I still feel like overall CU maybe slightly wins this draft.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, especially timeless creator on Atlas, it's good, don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, the biggest things on Atlas are speed and cooldown reduction. The size of the secondary is helpful, but it's very rarely necessary, because the closer your opponents stand, that just becomes completely a moot point. The size is constrained on that. So, but what's not constrained here is the ability to kill the Asher there. Very low HP. The strike shot, though, misses. The hook as well, not quite finding it. Weston trying to go around, but Nats 18 able to dribble, and that is going to be Asher going off the field. Finally, time was bought by the Kazan, but AG also buying time. The triple take also buying time. Now it's only 5 seconds till Asher's back on the field. They finally take the barrier down, but unless they score right here, Asher's back. Cyberswipe, though, one out by a timely strike there from the Atlas. The big finish as well with the Sentry as well, trying to get things done, but that is Kazan's recovery drone pop there for the entire set. That is just gone now. Great pop in the first point if you are a Boulders fan. The card into Cyberswipe, a lot of good combos here, but it's not quite enough. They managed to get it there, but not through. They're trying, the cards are flying, but it's not quite enough. Kai almost dying, but again, Glitch Pop sent it forward, overtime red core. Secondary though, great core flip from Weston there, last second. Nats 18 with a great dribble to get it down, the big finish as well, the core flip whiffing, but that's enough to get the barrier in the end. Anyways, Glitch Pop goes up into the card, but again, Diamond is on top of this. Kai is off the map though. Pass down from AG. Kind of a weird angle there, but they're trying to get it around this Kazan that has the hook. The Glitch Pop sends him out of the way. The Cyberswipe into the strike. Not quite enough. Goes up to the top, but Diamond is there. That's a kill onto Kazan. Red cores all over the place again, and it's finally enough to get it through. They have to kill 2 members of the Rods to get it through, but in the end, that is enough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a near disaster class with how the offense was getting played out, but thankfully, the damage is what really set them through for that, as I really would have preferred to see a few more passes, though did get clutched up in the end. We have one barrier taken on the opposite side, perhaps soon to be 2. A great strike out of the big finish by Peewis, and Nats with a good crooked leverage attempt, but Weston actually reads it, timing the primary perfectly, but now with an open net, it's looking pretty dangerous for CU.
That it is, but they do get the 1 barrier on the backside of that if they can keep the pressure going, but that has been one of the problems. They're not able to quite get it. The kill flip also not enough. Nats 18 just barely lives there. The Giga as well used. The core flip goes up and around to the top. Trying to use the card cheekily there was Weston, trying to get a pass down to the bottom, does manage to get it. Very creative angle there, gets it to Robert Bear, not expecting that, was the Rods. And they're trying to pass it down. AG trying to go through, but the Barrage gets it through the crooked leverage and goes right through the Fini card. Goal for Rods, 1-1 here. These teams seemingly very evenly matched.
Yeah, and that's something that I kind of saw coming into this, right? Because if you look on one side, right, Weston is a player who has had a lot more experience than AG and Robert Barron, and so far it does look like he is leading them to a lot of these point wins and maybe not set win in that first set, but it looked really clean. On the opposite side, you have a team of 3 relatively balanced and experienced players with respect to their skill, and it's really tough to say, right, which of these teams will end up coming out on top.
Yeah, but so far it's the Rods taking the early leads in the points. It really seems to be that the Boulders are trying to make it go late, trying to stack damage, trying to make it go the distance, make use of that overtime core speed to launch more of an offensive and get around the Atlas. But you can't really do that when Asher is dead. Great find by Nats 18 as well. Blitzchomp misses their diamond, just waits it out patiently, but Weston able to be on that defense, the triple take as well. They're trying to get it through, but it's not quite enough again. The core flip used, but not enough either.
Yeah, and I mean, clean back pass there out by Peewis, getting up to diamond, but now on this defense, they have to find a way to get it out. The Imi turret just times out, but look at the damage on Nats. Nats could get finished off here, has to evade, and they're still looking low. If one stray Fini card, one stray glitch pop or cyber swipe, maybe the big finish hits them, they could fall, and that could be what the Boulders need to convert here. Weston with a great save, and Nats, the damage still stacking.
Yeah, almost putting it through. Really good angles around the black hole. The primary doesn't find the goal. Robert Barron trying to get through with the overtime speed here. Great triple take, catches it off the black hole there, prevents it from going in. The Imi chart gets it forward. The glitch pop tried to be used as well. Cosmic Expanse, the core flip, counter flip there from Diamond as well. And that is going to be Nats 18 putting it right through. Weston tried to use a card and almost got it, but it was just about a pixel away.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things for the Rods this set is the size on Nats 18. The size is doing so many wonders for them. It's making these strike wars that were previously about even between Nats and Weston heavily Kazan favored now.
Yeah, especially on Kazan in that closed form has the ability to just go right through people. But that's 2 barriers. Now Boulders taking the lead for the first time early on. And going on the offensive, great dash there from Robert Barron into the barrier beam. Just putting it right through Diamond. That's one of the downfalls of the Atlas. Without any cooldown reduction, you use your ability to defend, and then it's like 20 seconds until you can use that secondary again. It's just absolutely brutal. You have to be so efficient, and even then, it can still be exploited by a player who knows the cooldowns and or just keeps the aggression on, you know. You don't have to keep track of the cooldowns if there's always danger, but there's no danger if the Imi is dead. Great kind of usage of the big finish there. Nats 18 getting it down to Peewis, using that as well. Robert Barron finds the kill onto Kai. Diamond just a little bit delayed on that Atlas ult to save him. And that's going to be, though, 2 barriers down for the Boulders, only 1 on the side of the Rods. Cosmic Expanse comes out as well. Second barrier goes down just barely. Diamond not finding the perfect strike angle there, unfortunately for him. Glitchop gets it down to Robert Barron, who's taking a ton of damage, but Astral Projection, last second save, really nicely done. Black Hole Dribble, big finish comes out. Weston's trying to make it go forward, but it's really right in the center where it can be hard to really gauge where it's going to be. Finally managed to get out of that. The Cyber Swipe goes up to the top, but the core stalls out in the middle until the barrage. Great core flip, though, from Weston. Puts it forward.
Yeah, and now they need to find a way to get it through this Firewall Sentry. It's cleared up into the top side, but all these abilities having to be burned so early. Diamond has this flip. Nats almost has their own as well. Weston doesn't have one, so in this open net, it's looking really dangerous for CU, but maybe these interrupted abilities can actually deal with it, but a great flip having to be burned out by Diamond. Now we look, there's one flip that's about to be ready on both sides. Nats is in position to use it, but a flubbed strike means that AG can actually send it out with this Firewall Sentry building their own flip. Flips right in front of the net. Where does this go? It gets interrupted by the barrage, and now over to the opposite side. Nats is the one waiting for a chance to score. Will he get it?
Not quite there. Nats 18 with the core flip, going to be using it there. The barrier beam comes out to stall it out, and it's going to be a dead core flip there in the middle of the field. Everyone is low on energy. POS, AG, Nats 18, all not even with the energy to dodge, and the damage starts stacking. Robert Baron trying to keep it to the bottom. The glitch pop misses. POS also, never mind. We find the Kazan crooked leverage into strike. Nats 18 finding the goal up top. Another 5th point here. Going into set 3. Again, teams fighting these very evenly, but in the end, the Rods are just a little bit better across the board, taking these out. And again, more potential size here for the Kazan. So many options, and maybe controversial, but perfect form potentially available for Atlas. Never mind, going to be taken by the Kazan. Pretty good pickup there, too.
Yeah, perfect form over for Atlas would have been ideal, in my opinion. I guess still gets the prime time, but now you're giving Robert Baron size to kind of contest. I personally would have liked Nats to go for the size, but then again, right, this perfect form allowing for even more damage stacking because it's so good on all of the enemies. But as we look at these Awakenings, lots of damage has actually gone over to the side that should be winning through damage.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see Deadeye on that Fini, you should be terrified, especially when it's coupled with that Seed Machine. So much damage coming out of that big finish. The cards as well with all that extra range, hitting like absolute trucks. AG finding the Missile Prop Siege Machine combo on Aimi can basically cast Ultimate or Glitch Pop from anywhere on the field and get it to anywhere. But we see Boulders actually stabilizing a little bit. I say that, they lose both their barriers again, but it did take a little bit longer this time. The Rod's not quite with that blistering speed that we've seen before. The Giga goes wide, but the Astral Projection does manage to pick it up. The card stuns up Nats 18. The big finish manages to save it. Great defense there by the entirety of the Boulders, managing to keep it further afield. AG almost dying, but managing to dodge as well just at the last second, just in case something else came through. But the core's just going to stall here at the bottom after a Cyber Swipe and Glitch Pop. Don't manage to get the barrier.
Yeah, but Nats is just waiting in the wings for any chance to take the shot. AG and Robert Baron have to play aggressively, because if they don't, how are they going to get a chance to shoot? And maybe unintentional, but really great glitch pop out by AG, getting the pass over to Weston, and Weston with this flip sends it around this bottom corner. First barrier taken, second soon to fall. If this pass comes out correctly, double flip burned and actually sent away. Weston having to defend. The pass cut off perfectly by Robert Baron. And missed strike means the second barrier does fall, but AG falls as well. And the demon angle to find it out by Nats. So well played by the Rods.
Especially as well with that Giga from POS, making sure that even if Weston gets there just in time for it, he's stunned and cannot do anything about it. Wonderful sequence there from the Rods here. The Boulders, not exactly in shambles, they've been fighting, but it is beginning to look like the beginning of the end there. A lot of damage though onto Nats 18, but healed up by this Atlas. Loses one barrier for one barrier. Make that two. POS on the bottom here, missing the barrage, unfortunately. Doesn't get the connection on that play. The momentum stalls a little bit. Robert Baron getting Giga Blast, kind of just for fun, but doesn't matter. Nats 18 gets the core, puts it through, and AG and Weston just don't have the speed to catch up to that core when it's right between the two of them.
Yeah, and speaking of that speed, right, Weston is running this momentum boots. Strike Shot would have saved it there, but as we know, Strike Shot has been heavily nerfed, and well, one barrier taken there, a flip potentially out for the second one, stalled out well by Rods, but not well enough as the second one does fall. Now Weston's looking for a pass attempt, a great dash out by Nats to take this first barrier. AG has a clear shot to Robert Baron, but it just goes over to the other side.
Great setup there with the corner from Robert Baron, trying to make use of that Aimi Cyber Swipe teleport to try and force it in altogether. Glitch Pop gonna mean that Nats 18 is very low on health. Core Flip sends it down to the bottom as well. I almost would have liked to stall that out for a half second more so that Nats 18's recovery drone can be taken out, but honestly at this point the goal is, well, the goal. They have to be playing. They are right on the edge here, 1 point away from losing game one.
So theoretically speaking, the next point should be Boulder favor, right? Because every set has gone to 0.5. And we'll see if that's the case, as the first barrier has fallen. POS looking to take a barrier in response, but it's maybe Nats who actually gets this double barrier. No, just ends up locking down one. And with both barriers on the same side, it may be a little awkward for this Finny.
Yeah, it can be tough, especially with that astral projection as we saw there, forcing it forward. But the Firewall Sentry as a counterpoint, really good when they're on the same side, getting it from one to the other really nicely, especially with all that extra range. But kind of passing it around for a little bit goes down to Robert Barron, who's potentially looking for an angle here on Pewis, but Pewis is respecting it a little bit too much to let that just happen. AG, though, forcing it in there with Robert Barron, but it gets through. Nats 18 taking a lot of damage, getting it forward, but not really too much else. The big finish almost gets the own barrier. Great crooked leverage from Nats 18, who is going to die for the barrier, losing the recovery drone, but is at the end of the day still alive. The Firewall Sentry comes out as well. AG has core flip here to potentially get that second barrier, is going to get it. Counter flip from Diamond a little bit too late, but gets it forward down to Pewis, who puts it in. And that is going to be game one going over to the Rods. Boulder taking them, fighting them tooth and nail. Almost every set was 5th point, except for that last one, which only went to 4 there, but no sweeps in this game.
Guys, I may have just cursed it. My bad. All good, right? And, well, Rods take that 3-0, but maybe one of the closer 3-0s that we've seen. And we can see that a 3-0 lasting 20 minutes, that is quite a long game for that sort of scoreline. But we'll have to see. Can the Boulders take things back in game 2, right? Because if I recall correctly, this was their map pick. But then again, if we look at the maps that are being played in the series, Atlas Lab, Night Market being the first two, pretty standard maps that most teams are comfortable on. And then, of course, we have Oni Village, which is a bit of an acquired taste for certain people. So we'll have to see how this ends up playing out. But I think with how the teams are playing, I personally want to see a Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it is always enjoyable to cast good OS, and this has been a pretty good game, so I'm right there with you wanting that game 3. Would be on Oni Village, which I'm kind of a fan of. Been less of a fan of it now that, people have said that my Zentaro goalie isn't meta or something like that. But used to be, many moons ago, Oni Village was one of the big 3, and that's basically what we have here at Lab, Oni Village, and Night Market. So hearkening back to an older time here that many may not remember, but was there at one point. You can trust me on this one. But before that, it's going to be a little bit up and down because we're going to have all of the bloodbath that is Night Market with so many different picks coming out there and finding ways to KO people on the map that kind of forces you a little bit more towards the edges and gives brawlers speed to capitalize on that. And then going to kind of the polar opposite there, Oni Village, renowned as one of the most defense-heavy core control maps in the game. Goalies holding it down. So we'll see how these teams adapt between those two matches. Sometimes it can be a bit of a whiplash to go from the KO heavy to the control heavy, but it also is the mark of a good team if they're able to do that on the spot, on the fly, adjusting their picks, adjusting all of the parts of their team play, which also has to massively change just on the strategy level.
Yeah, right. And I think the thing to note about this, though, right, less about maps and more just about the overall situation for these teams is the fact that the winner of this team does, in fact, lock playoffs. The loser isn't eliminated, but they are going to be playing an elimination series afterwards, right? So loser would be falling down to 3-3, and you do need 4 wins to make it into playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. So the Rods are sitting pretty for now, but never mind that. Let's go into this map draft, right? We have Monumentalist, Missile Propulsion, every brawler's favorite set of Awakenings to see on Night Market.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Night Market of all maps, that does mean that now is going to be fairly high pick priority there. So blue team might be opting to just take that away from Pewis, who has been known to play it, or just ban it outright if AG doesn't play it as much. But definitely one of the highlights. I don't think there's any Rune players in this match, but that would be another one that you can really see some value with either of those, because you can go for, the anomaly build, you can put the pillars up and you can get the Monumentalist to make them massive and hit hard, or you can try going for more of the Banish build, take that missile prop, make it go super far, and just catch basically the entire enemy team and just pause the game for a little bit, hit their barriers and just put it in.
Yeah, and I think the one really awkward thing here is for Diamond, right? They are pinching his pool a little bit with the Mako ban and then the Atlas ban, and then with UCF also banning out the IME away from AG, it is also kind of an indirect ban towards Diamond as well. So I'm interested to see what Diamond plays. I mean, the boring answer really is just, oh, hey, I'll lock Dubo or I'll lock Asher, and then just call it a day. But locking Asher here may legitimately be a smart idea, just because it's also a deny away from Robert Barron.
Yeah. One of the things you can see, though, is that Mako. Never sleep on that Mako. Can be... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm dumb. They banned it. Never mind. Ignore all of that. I should, pay more attention to that. But it is going to be that Asher pickup there for the side of UCF. It's going to be likely Diamond. It could be Nats 18, but I don't think so. But now with Pewis on that is going to be pretty brutal. Again, from what I've heard, everyone's been picking it away. Everyone's been banning it away. So getting to see that is going to be pretty nice. But it also could mean that it's a little more rusty. Sometimes people, sort of play into the one-trick allegations and, they're like, oh, no, you banned my main. Meanwhile, they haven't played in like 3 weeks and they're completely rusty on it. So we'll see how it all goes. But the Estelle, kind of nice, not really playing as much into the KO, although with the buffs at some points to her damage, she has, been a bit of a brawler with the Rasmus as well. So this is very much control heavy here from the side of the Boulders there, going for Restel plus Atlas. Definitely a really good comp, especially with that Atlas. You say, oh, you're doing kill comp. I'm just going to play defensively. Kind of what worked on the other side, Diamond on the Atlas there, defending against the kill comp. Now it's kind of flipped around. So we'll see how those teams adjust to basically taking each other's strategies.
Yeah. Hey, we're not on Oni Village, right? Well, to be perfectly honest, these look like Oni Village team comps. If you see Asher now Kazan on one side and Atlas Estelle Rasmus on the other, if like maps were off, you'd think this is an Oni Village comp. But hey, Estelle Rasmus has also shown that it is pretty good on a lot of maps, despite being a traditionally open map favored duo pairing. It has shown a lot of prowess, and especially on something like Night Market where you have the lanes, it gives less space for clearing, which allows for these more or less checkmates to be a little easier to do.
Yeah, and one of the other things as well, as long as Unstoppable isn't in the pool, that kind of takes away the biggest, easy counterplay. There's always evade saving, but doing that in the moment can be pretty difficult. So Unstoppable as that free win against them is gone, so that's always going to make this particular comp a little bit more prevalent there. But we're going to see, I imagine that we're going to see a fair bit of missile prop coming out from the blue team here. It is possible that that Rasmus and Atlas take the Monumentalist, but like I said, size isn't as important on Atlas as you might think. The damage is, of course, very nice. And we will see, though, that only Rasmus is going to be taking the Monumentalist, mainly for the damage they're trying to get KOs, I imagine, and also just helping to block off a lane because it's so much bigger can be quite the boon. But Missile Prop Strike Shot combo on that Atlas is going to mean that his Astral Projections are going to go most of the way across the map, taking one barrier. You can see it right there. All the way past the midfield line is that Astral Projection. So much forward pressure just from standing in his own goal box.
Yeah, and interestingly, Pewis opting for the Slick Kicks instead of the Mag Souls. Yes, I know Mag Souls has kind of fallen out of favor, but we'll have to see, will this make much of a difference? On the other side, we see Nats taking so much damage, the Lifeline having to be burned out by Pewis, but the control still on the side of CU as they still have a barrier left to work with.
Yeah, and that is always a nice thing, to have that in your pocket, really makes it a lot easier and less stressful to play on the map when you realize even if I make a mistake, I get a free. Being able to just, it does wonders for the mental game of the players and makes them just play that much better, which in turn makes them make less mistakes. But great passing there between Pewis and Nats 18. Obviously, they've played a lot together. They kind of know each other a little bit, so they're able to capitalize on that a little bit. We weren't seeing it as much last game, but there we go. Kind of a weird Night Market angle. They're not sure if that was intentional, but if it was, Giga Brain there from the side of the rods. Pass up. Pewis not quite in position, but gets it right through Robert Barron, who struck a little bit too early to try and get it on the other side, but when it came back, just didn't have it up.
Yeah, great patience out by Pewis, finding that did have to burn her flip, but hey, it was worth it. Technically speaking, the flip was used for the goal, right? But we'll have to see how things convert from here, as AG is the one who is ready with that flip, perhaps may use it to take the second barrier here. Nats grabbing one of his own. There's that flip, finds the second barrier off of an amazing angle, comes down to Robert Barron, who's not ready to collect it just yet, but the damage getting popped onto Nats, forcing out the lifeline from Pewis.
Yeah, but that is one of the other things. It's not just one team having the healer there. The Death Touch from Robert Barron not quite finding too much. Just a little bit of damage onto the now. Didn't do too much. The Pass Splitter almost killing Robert Barron there off the edge of the map. The Atlas ult used as well, picked up an orb, and he's back up pretty much to full HP, but takes a lot from the Now arrow and the primary from Kazan. Ultimate comes out, and he walked into it a little bit, unfortunately, but good lineup there from Nats18. Putting it down to the bottom as well, but using the ult too early there, not getting the connection on the barrier. Rasmus up in 4 seconds, and it's not even going to matter. AG finding a wonderful goal there through Diamond, who had core flip and just greeted it a little bit too hard.
Say it with me, guys. Hit stun. Well, yeah, Asher is one of the best characters to defend against hit stun, right, with that primary. But when you're not using that primary, that's what happens. And AG capitalizing off of it really well. One barrier is taken in favor of UCF, but we'll have to see if UCF can snowball it. Weston with great saves and still having this flip with only one barrier to defend. This may take a while.
Yeah, but not as long as Oni Village is going to take if we don't see some crazy stuff. So you will get to see a lot more defense in this game. Great core flip there from Pewis, but doesn't really have much of an angle. Eventually it goes down to Nats18, and Nats18 is going to put it through, but that could have been maybe a little bit cleaner with a pass from Pewis instead of trying to go right through the Atlas.
Yeah, and still, there's the flip for both goalies, which means it's going to be a pretty defense-heavy game, and I did say it last time, and we had the barrier taken just after that. But I'd like to believe, right, that some of these defenses are going to be a little clean out of both sides, but the offenses are played pretty well, and credit to these players where it's due.
Yeah, a lot of credit to these players. Some of the defenses have been amazing here. That secondary from Weston just denied so much pressure, but a lot of damage coming out. There we go. There is the Atlas ult to save the teammates. Nats18 going for a hook into the strike, but not finding the barrier there. Weston able to clear it out as well. But no barrier here falling for the boulders, or rather for the rods here against the boulders. Diamond has the core flip, but kind of just passes it to the midfield where Nats18 is in the backwards secondary. Unfortunately, that Cosmic Expanse not quite going to get it through. Pewis has taken a lot of damage, so has Nats18. They're very close to death, but it's not quite just yet. That's going to be a bit of healing, though, from Pewis, and almost back up to full HP they go. And over time as well, red cores start to go all over the place now. But that is the first barrier here going down. The boulders trying to do something with it. Nats18 going for a drill, but losing control, and that's actually going to be a Cosmic Expanse sending it all the way forward. Restel with the hook as well, but the pendulum swing misses. The strike shot gets it forward, but that proximity mine from the Now, and that's going to be a hook into a strike. And we've seen that one before. Nats18 on that Kazan, quite the terror. You think you've cleared it, but in the end, Kazan will be Kazan, does have the hook, and will put it in the goal.
Yeah, I think unfortunately there, Robert Barron just needs to be a little more patient and just dribble that a little bit more, and then they could have perhaps looked for some sort of shot on Diamond. Yeah, Diamond had the flip, but it would have at least burned that out and made it a little easier to deal with. The heavy impact going over to the Kazan, I guess partially deny away from the Atlas, because if I were the Kazan here, I would have preferred something like the Stacks or Rapid Fire personally. And with both the Stacks and the Rapid Fire, going over to the side of the boulders, along with Sparks for scaling, I think I heavily favor them in this draft.
Yeah, but on the other side, you do have to deny that heavy impact away from the Estelle, because it is such a force. The Rasmus as well. So being able to keep that away is definitely a win in the draft, at least a little bit. But otherwise, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate draft there for the rods. The boulders taking a lot of scaling. Now, if they don't get the chance to scale, if we see a sweep coming out, then that'll be unfortunate for them. And I mean, Nats18 here at level 5, everyone else at level 4 tops, is looking to potentially try and sweep them away, but not quite just yet. A lot of abilities being used, but the barrier still stands there for the boulders. And there we go, the Crystal Thorns getting it through. One barrier down, the second one not quite following just yet. Weston with the Astral Projection missing, but passing down to Robert Barron. He's not in position. Great just sort of people control there from the rods to keep this core and keep the people away from setting up that position to get it through the Asher, because that is one of the things. Asher, very difficult to go through, like Atlas. So as long as you keep the enemy controlled so they can't pass around, they don't have those clear lanes. And unfortunate clear there from the side of the boulders means that it just goes right into the now arrow and back into their faces. Strike shot as well is going to whiff from Weston, and the strike war is kind of between Robert and Nats18 trying to get it through. The Astral Projection sends it red core flying forward, but doesn't get anything done in the end. Almost a sword angle there from Weston. Core flip out of AG going forward. Pew is back down to Nats18, but not quite enough. The great death touch there from Robert Barron, snagging it through. Finally getting down that second barrier. The Crystal Thorn's a little bit too early there, unfortunately. Core flip from Nats18 sends it down, unfortunately not finding the angle. Almost scoring on the own goal there, but Diamond with the core flip gonna save it. pass down to Baron, getting through, almost piercing shot, does not find the goal.
Yeah, and there's that flip coming up by Weston on the opposite side. The Pat Splitter actually saving it for the time being. This red court just keeps going so fast. Pass up to AG, Strike War lost again, and now Nats is getting this opportunity. A pass attempt to Pewis, not yet found as Robert Baron keeps interrupting it. Now a shot out by Nats, but Robert Baron nearly has this flip, trying to build it up. Same for Pewis. A good piercing shot attempt, but still not found. A night market angle finds its way over to Robert Baron, but he doesn't get a chance to take the shot, and a crooked leverage for Nats means that he's looking for any chance he can get to take the shot. There it is. There's that flip out by Pewis to the bottom side, and out of all things, a flip from midfield is not what I would have expected to score that.
Yeah, but sometimes it is those things you least expect, just sending it straight into the goal when they're thinking, you know, oh, they're going to go this way and this angle and that one, but just finding that tiny little moment when they're out of position and not expecting it, well found by Pewis there. The other thing is, well, we start to see the boulders. They're not quite falling apart here. Oh, I say that, and then immediately Estelle dies. Robert Baron soon to follow. There we go. Nats 18 finding the kills, and there you can see that they're starting to stress a little bit. You know, the ability usage is not as pristine as it was, and of course you can't blame the players here. They are now, you know, they were very close to locking the playoffs there in each of those previous sets in the last game. They played it really well, but with this Rastel combo, you really need to have patience and, you know, just really be on top of the flow of the game, reading your opponents well and not going for the instant reads, not going for the hasty things like that piercing shot there. You really have to play it slowly. And they finally do that. Robert Baron finding the barrier there. A great flip from Weston at the last second. Nats 18 not able to collect, and there we go. Smooth from the boulders. This is how they're going to get back into it. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. They have to play by that if they want to play the Rastel comp well.
Yeah, and as you said, right, have to be so patient. And one thing I was told when I've been playing a bunch of Estelle by top player is that if I wait an extra half second with my Estelle abilities, I could be amazing at this character. And well, that's kind of what we need to see out of the Estelle, out of the Rasmus. Just be more patient, right? Be willing to take a lot more of these with strikes, or just wait for the Asher to go for those clears. And I think one other thing I also want to call attention to is how great those flips were at the end of the last point by both goalies.
Yeah, like the clutch on the goal line core flips are always a pleasure to see. Weston dying to the now arrow, not getting the chance to defend that one. Good find by the Rods. 1 point away from taking this set, and this is potentially them locking in their playoffs very soon if they get this.
And crucially, this last point looks very Rod's favor despite the energy advantage, just because of the fact that Weston lost to stacks.
Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. That is an amazing call out there, because yeah, slow Atlas is so much worse because you really... Oh, unfortunate there. Weston blocking off the downwards core flip angle from AG. I think there was an idea to try and clear it up the top, but I think the down clear was a little bit more open there. And it's just those things, you know, when you're playing, when you're on the edge, when you're close to being out, you really have to, you know, sort of double check yourself and be even more on top of your mental and on your decision making, so that you don't make those rush decisions, that you don't counterplay your own teammates there. And I mean, again, you can't really blame them. This is what happens when you're, you know, so close to being so good, but not quite finding it. But there we go. Great core flip from Diamond, but it is forced out. Rastel has the option here to try and force it through, but the defense here, all of the Rods falling back, and that's Nats 18 getting the kill on the Rasmus once again. Level 9 on that Kazan, so far ahead of everyone else the entire game, but great strike wars there from Western AG. Good Atlas Celestial intervention as well. Gonna keep AG in the game for a little bit longer. Great dodge as well. Gonna mean that this Estelle staying alive just barely. But the barrier actually goes down as well. Really nicely found there. The Death Touch, but passes up to Pewis. Unfortunately, the Crystal Thorns piercing shot. And then now Arrow takes the Estelle off the map.
Yeah, now Arrow finding its mark, but still one barrier to chew through in Weston. He's actually almost recouped these stacks fully, sitting at 127 out of 150. Robert Baron needs to be careful with his life as Nats is looking for so many of these knockback kills. A great Rosewell forward. Pewis with a flip interrupted by Robert Baron, but still that one barrier is left. Diamond still has this flip on the defense. He might have to use it here, but he doesn't, as a great cross clear deny out by AG.
Yeah, really nice find there. And that's one of the big things with this Rastel comp is that you have Rasmus. Amazing in the corners, can do so much work when he has his kit up. He can use the secondary and the primary to dribble it so well with the strikes and the death touch. He can have, 6-7 hits very quickly if you know what you're doing and you have the right positioning. So you don't want to get in the corner for him, so you try to clear across, but that's where Estelle comes in, and she is immediately on top of things. So if you're patient with those abilities, you're looking for those clears, you're waiting for the goalie to make the mistake. The old Sun Tzu, never interrupt your opponent when they are making a mistake, or maybe that was Napoleon. But some great strategist somewhere, you got to make sure that you wait for them to make the mistake to capitalize on it, and that is what we're beginning to see from the Boulders once again. They're returning to that play. They are locking in. Great core flip found there from AG. Gets the barrier. They are, again, on top of the barriers. They've not been there too many times, but when they do, it really is close to being over. Robert Barron puts it in, and that is a set for the Boulders.
Yeah, the Boulders showing that a rock-hard defense isn't the only thing they can do, and getting that set win at the Atlas's first pick, which maybe makes it a little awkward, but that is a perfect form for the Atlas, and time we've seen that perfect form is pretty good on this Atlas character. But on the other side, we likely have Size going over to Nats, perhaps a double deny, no, the Timeless actually going over to Diamond, but no Size opted for by Robert Barron, instead opting for the Super Surge, likely wanting to give himself more speed and deny it away from Pewis, as well as the damage that would come out of those mines.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good pickup. You do, of course, love to see that size on Rasmus, but he doesn't really have too much size. A lot of the size is out of the pool already. So, actually, there is still Recub Drone and Built Different. That's going to be a kill. The extra power from that Might of the Colossus on the Estelle can actually be finding Nats 18, and that's a massive experience buff because, again, Nats 18, highest level in the game. Finding that kill is amazing. Now, they do trade 2 barriers for 1. Weston played a little bit too far up and couldn't get back in time because, of course, the stacks did reset. But Pewis, very low on health, almost going to be night marketing into the goal there, but stalls out in front of the goal, kind of really awkwardly pausing the core twice in a row there. Don't know exactly how that happened, but there we go. Robert Barron finding it straight through Diamond, who had just used the strike, unfortunately, and Boulders on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, Boulders finding another point, and perhaps they can take this momentum further. Now, you did comment on them losing a barrier because Weston moved up, but the reason they actually got that barrier was because of that push-up, right? Weston layering that astral projection on top of every other ability that the Boulders were using was what led to that, and we may see a second barrier fall as a pitch-perfect death touch actually comes in to make sure that barrier is secured. And now Robert Barron waiting with this flip, might just be a pass down, no, aims to go straight through Pewis, and Pewis with a great strike timing finds it in return. A good strike shot out by Diamond means the goal doesn't go in. Now Weston with this flip could use it to answer Pewis, actually just saves it and lets go of the single barrier, recognizing that it's probably more valuable to keep it for the second or the open net.
Oh, unfortunate double flip there. AG and Weston both using it. It can be so tough when to call that when you're on that midfield goalie duo. Arrow goes down, countered by AG, but the Crystal Thorns don't connect with the core. Pass up to Robert Barron through the speed gates. Really nice, gets it down, forces out the core flip. The Arrow actually blocking the clear there. Pewis, though, managed to get it to Nats 18 in the end. Robert Barron running all the way back here, but the Super Surge gives him so much extra speed on that. And managing to walk through that Kazan primary to not take so much damage. Nats 18 very low on health, might have to pick up that orb, is going to do it. A lot of health from that. A little bit of damage off the astral projection as well. The crooked leverage gets it backwards. Nats 18 with the core flip running forward, using it and not finding the barrier just barely. You really have to be exact when you're trying to go for that particular shot, but in the end they get it with the pass splitter from Asher and finally get it up into the top side of that goal. Nats 18 finding the angle at long last. Was beaten up for 2 points in a row there, but finally finds that goal.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to comment on is that Super Surge pickup out by Robert Barron has actually been providing him with a lot of use. Because previously it looked like he was just too slow at times to get into the play, which is not something you'd commonly see with something like the Rasmus, but that Super Surge is providing just enough speed so that he can catch up to the plays.
Yeah. Ooh, flip from Pewis to secure the second barrier as well is really nice. Weston holding onto the core for a little bit too long, using it there as well. The Death Touch kind of blocked that bottom clear a little bit. Went for the top clear. Not going to quite backfire just yet, but it does stall out in the middle of the field. Nats 18 gets a hold of it, and they keep trying to go for this top side clear to force it through. But in the end, it's going to be Nats 18 just gets the opportunity while it's stalled out. Dash forwards, hook into strike. The old Kazan classic, when your goalie is, or when your opponent's goalie is just stalling it out, you can just go in there and steal it right from them. There's not a lot they can do about it, especially on that Atlas.
Yeah, and Atlas in that open net, pretty tough to be in that situation. Now, we have seen a lot of close sets thus far, and we are on the cusp of seeing another one if the Boulders can find their second goal. And it's not looking that favorable for them, as they do lose the first of those 2 barriers. Robert Baron attempting for a whiplash attempt on that bottom barrier, but doesn't find it.
Yeah, Pass Splitter comes out as well, gets a lot of value just keeping it in the middle here. Robert Baron taking a lot of damage from this Kazan just tangentially while he's hitting the core, also hitting the Rasmus. And Robert Baron not quite in that Atlas Cosmic or Celestial Intervention for too long, but does get enough health from it as well. Weston very close to that core flip. We're going to be eyeing that when it gets over to the other side. If it does, and it will in the end there, red cores all over the place. Diamond with that core flip managing to clear it out, and as well with the dash upwards going to keep it forward. Cosmic Expanse comes out. The Crystal Thorns at the price of Estelle's life going to take the barrier. Stalls out in the middle. Robert Baron trying to buy a little bit of time. Core flip using. Great angle found by Pewis, and Weston not on the core flip. Nat's a little too early on the core flip and finding the opening goal gate. If it was a half second later, that would have been a goal. Astral Projection sending it forward with that red core. We are in overtime, of course. The now arrow comes out. The Cosmic Expanse as well. The Atlas getting tongue-tied as we see Nats 18 putting it in there. Of all the times to get tongue-tied there. But really nicely found there by the side of the rods. And Kazan being that first pick here, having the options of something like Stagger Swagger to stay alive, deny it from the opponents as well, or could go 1-2 punch for the full aggression. We're going to see what they pick up.
Yeah, could just hold off, maybe grab that Primetime. No, Primetime is not even denied, so Estelle does just get rapid fire Primetime, and 1-2 punch taken away from by Weston. It looks like a spark may still be left up for Robert Baron at this point, right? And yes, it's not that spark of agility, but it's still a second spark, and if they can figure out a way to survive here, I believe Resilience is sitting in the final draft.
It well should be, but there will also be some size there if I'm not mistaken, so it might be a bit of a toss-up there. We've seen Robert Baron kind of struggling in the size department as well, trying to go for some pendulum swings that go up a little short. Because, of course, if you're used to getting the size on Rasmus when you don't have it. But anyways, great arrow there from Pewis as well, sending it forward. And again, AG and Robert Baron kind of playing on top of each other a little bit. They're rushing once again. They did lock in for a little bit. They did slow down, but it seems they might be rushing again. And, of course, this is potentially being locked, well, not quite locked out for playoffs, but, you know, not getting it for this week if they just lose those 3 more points. So, again, can't blame them. Great Astral Projection sends it forward as well. Pewis winning the strike. We're not quite Weston having the last strike there to send it upwards. Piercing shot gets it through, but Robert Baron goes off the map. Strike missed by AG there, but does actually buy a little bit of time, thankfully. Weston as well buying time. 6 seconds now for Rasmus to be back on the map. Core flip whiffed from Weston. Bit of an intimidation tactic there, forces out Nats 18 to use his. And the arrow loses the strike ward there. Piercing shot comes out because of the Celestial Intervention as well. Warp the Rose Warp goes forward as well. Red core blocked there by Pewis with the core flip. Robert Baron trying Death Touch away. Piercing shot as well. Not quite enough. Diamond sends it around for another round here in the cycle. Trying to get it forward, though. Finally finding it the core flip a little bit too delayed. Weston managed to get back just in time as well. The Cosmic Expanse coming out. Pewis trying to win these strike wars, but you cannot win a strike war against Atlas secondary. You just have to wait. Great dodge as well from Atlas. Rose Warp a little bit too early. They're not finding the core. Crystal Thorns getting it forward. Piercing shot hit out by Nats 18. Really well played there. AG has the core in front of that. We're going to be watching that here in just a second. Going to extend it, but the great barrier beam there from Asher is going to mean that this play goes on until Weston goes forward with the Cosmic Expanse and sends it right up to the top.
Yeah, Weston, he does not need that compass. He is finding the right angle and shooting it over that top side. Now, I think, once again, Weston sitting at this full stacks. AG already falling off the map, but actually gets 2 barriers for 1 despite his death. And now Weston and Robert Baron, you just have to stall for 3 seconds. Unfortunately, they do lose the barrier there, but they do save the goal from actually going in. But unfortunately, it's not struck back down in time, and it returns to Pewis' lifeline.
Yeah, Weston unfortunately trying to go for the up clear there, but didn't respect that now built-in eject button there. Cakes, forgive me for saying the word, but being able to teleport back to there really did seal that. Pewis, great awareness of that clear and sort of being in Weston's head there, knowing that he's going to try and go for that up clear so he won't have the strike. Teleports back right after he hits it so he doesn't have that ability to make the decision beforehand. Weird up clears there, but somehow it works out there. Managing to get it forward. Robert Baron on the bottom here. Rose Warp sends it forward as well. 2 barriers now. Robert Baron trying to get the connection there. Crooked leverage, not enough to get through. Astral Projection gets it forward. Core flip out in Nats 18, not finding too much. The now arrow countered by a core flip as well. Robert Baron trying to go for the bottom with the Death Touch. Dribble is a classic, but not going to be done this time. A bit too predictable, it seems, from these players on the rods. They are aware of Rasmus's various tricks. Astral Projection, once again, red coring it. We're not even overtime. There's just so much power with that missile propulsion there. Great core flip from Pewis gets it over Nats 18, but they're not able to get it quite through. Robert Baron taking a lot of damage as well on the back end of the play, but they're not getting it through, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, now Robert Baron still has some meter to get, and they could maybe look for a flip to end this point. AG also sitting with that flip, and might just get a chance here. A flip answered out by Diamond, and it's not actually intercepted by anyone. It just sails all the way across. Diamond answering with a shot of their own.
Putting the goal in goalie right there with the downtown shot. Really nice find. I mean, a lot of the times on that defense, you're so focused on just getting out, just clearing it, that you don't even look for those a lot of the times. But Diamond is aware, knows what's going on the other side, sees the opportunity, takes it in that split-second decision. Great decision-making there, and that's going to put the Rods 1 point away from locking playoffs. If they just get this, they are in. Robert Baron, though, trying to say no, getting 1 barrier. Second one, not going to follow just yet. Piercing shot, pendulum swing combo, not quite lining up perfectly. Weston, though, playing forward with the Astral Projection, does manage to get that as well. They're trying to put it through here, but Robert Baron doesn't quite get the angle that he wants there with the secondary. Astral Projection does a lot of damage there once again to Nats 18, but healed completely by now there using the ultimate, I believe. The Atlas ult also comes out, healing up Robert Baron, getting more energy. Weston now, full energy, has the core flip. Trying to look for an angle potentially with the speed gate running forward. Strike shot through, forcing out the core flip there from Pewis, who didn't have strike maybe. And Weston goes once again down, trying to force it through Nats 18 on the bottom of the map.
Yeah, both flips on the defensive side of the Rods burn, and Weston has one of his own. We're looking for a combo play out here by AG and Robert Baron. Not yet finding a flip burned out by Weston. Now doesn't have that. Nats 18 with some great crooked leverage and strikes. Looking for some sort of pass up to Pewis. A good secondary out by Weston. And now AG doesn't actually burn the flip there. Burns it now. And it just misses the bottom corner barely. But the piercing shot is what does it. Reading the up clear from Diamond. So well played out by AG.
Yeah, I mean, just when you have those abilities as Estelle, you pace them out, you are patient. AG played it really well. You use one ability, you see what they do, you use the next to counter it. And right there, Diamond committed the cardinal sin of goalieing against Estelle, clearing into the Estelle. Was kind of an up clear there. I don't think it was directly into it, but it was enough. Lined up the core with the goalie, and of course, Estelle is not going to let that go. Piercing shot right through into goal. And again, Boulders taking it forward. They did take that earlier set. They're trying to fight back. They have been fighting back very well. And we see, all the levels have, of course, equalized. There's no more stagger gain, no stagger advantage on Nats 18. Robert Baron, though, taking a lot of damage and no Atlas ult just yet to save. Meanwhile, Nats 18 getting all of the healing from that now secondary. Arrow comes out, Pass Bitter comes out, Cosmic Expanse comes out, and the Special Intervention all stacked up on top of each other with the Proximity Mine. Everything used just about. Crystal Thorns used just to interrupt the dribble for a second. Unfortunate by Weston, doesn't find the defense there, but good find by Nats 18 on the flip side of that. And Astral Projection comes out, whiffs the core, whiffs Nats 18 as well. Stalls in the corner for just a second to pass it up to Pewis. We are going into overtime, so they're going to look to try and get it through. This could be it, but not quite enough. Really awkward Cosmic Expanse there, but does get the job done in the end. Weston here, not able to defend against that. Nats 18 finding the dash into core flip strike. Rods taking game 2, finding themselves into the playoffs. Welcome into the end game, Rods. As for the Boulders, really good fight, and we will see you in the future because I'm sure that they will lock their slot coming up because they played way too well to just be dropped out.
Yeah, well, welcome to playoff, Rods, and overall, well played. I think now that makes both UCF teams sitting in playoffs. Actually, no, the Rogs are still sitting at 3-2. And we'll have to see if they join them in playoffs this week or if they're going to have to play next week. And likely, we might even see the Boulders playing next week because there's a good chance that our next week matchups may just be ones that determine the fate of playoffs. Now, when all is said and done, I don't think the Boulders played bad by any means today, right? They had some great combo plays and some great offenses. but I think the Rods were a little cleaner with how they were playing today.
Yeah, that really is the deciding factor in this, just the cleanliness of the game. And again, especially we were talking about it earlier, that Restel combo. If you are clean, it is a machine. There is just about no beating a Restel comp that is pacing their things properly, making the right decisions. Easier said than done, though. It is so difficult to have that proper pacing and spacing, knowing where to be in relation to your other forwards so that you can counter together with them, because it really is a unit together. The Estelle watches the cross clears, the Rasmus watches the corners. Sometimes they flip when they have their abilities up or don't. It is a delicate dance to play, and a lot of the times Boulder showed that they had what it takes to do that, to play that comp well. But in the end, like you're saying, they just didn't have that slight edge. But I'm looking forward to see what they do as we progress. But we will be progressing to another match in the future. We're going to cut to a short break, but we will be back in a bit with, I believe it was Temu versus
Auburn.
Auburn. Maroon versus A. Two top teams here. The A team and the Maroon team is basically the A team there for Auburn. So will be a heck of a match. I mean, this was already a heck of a match, and this wasn't even predicted to be the best one. The next one was the best one. So if it only gets better from here, then stay tuned. After that, see y'all. Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to the CCL Week 6. We have Tamu Maroon versus Auburn A for you. Should be a pretty fun match. Lot of stakes here again. I believe this is another win to get in. Not a lose to get out. Not quite to that level yet, but whichever team wins should be seen in the playoffs. And what do you think about this one, Ether?
Yeah, I think this one is probably going to be a pretty balanced match. I think the most balanced out of the three of the matches we're going to see today, as both teams have players that have a decent amount of experience playing in a lot of these high-level lobbies, being, Tiger Slasher and Sweatproofed, alongside two players who are a little less experienced in that regard. But I think the position difference could be kind of big, right? Sweatproof playing this brawler role needs to be constantly fed this core by reappers, whereas Tiger Slasher just has to do his job and hold it down for as long as he can, in hopes that Paranor and Viper on Crit can look for a goal. Yeah,
and I mean, with that Atlas, unless it's an Atlas forward, holding it down would be a whole lot easier. Of course, you are bit of a weird comp with that Zentaro Juno Atlas. Bends a lot more towards the core control. So not too weird, I suppose. I was thinking Zentaro a little bit more on the brawler side. But with that Super Surge start, of course, you don't want to not take Zentaro. He's pretty good with it. And we come off to a start here. Slimes come out, Reapers taking a lot of damage, but only the barrier on the side of Maroon going down.
And hey, we were talking about this last week with Soon, right? Soon being pretty knowledgeable about these Tamu guys, knowing that the some guy has played a ton of Mako and looked at it, or looked good on it, but Luna is something that he used to play so much. He's finally getting a chance to pick it once again here, and we'll have to see if he can put it to good use.
Yeah, not the best Awakening start for that Luna, though, so we'll give him some credit here. They're playing a lot more of a scaling comp with that Luna, Now, and X. But Glass Cannon, of course, is definitely not bad on Luna. It's just not, Deadeye or Missile Prop, which are some of her best. But we see a lot of damage coming out here right now. Only onto the blue team. They do, of course, have that Now with the ultimate to heal that damage. But them taking a lot of damage right now is kind of what you would expect before the scaling kicks in, but it's definitely not what you want to see if you are a Maroon fan.
Yeah, exactly. But we do have one barrier taken a piece. The second barrier perhaps soon to fall thanks to the Juno Slimes. Good strikes out by the some guy in Sweatproof. Sweatproof has to be careful not to dash into their own death with this Super Surge. And the Luna ult actually sending it back the opposite direction. A good dash forward after that core flip strike. And now Sweatproof looking to convert potentially off of that clear by the some guy.
Oh, unfortunate there by Zentaro, using the dash, unfortunately, right when the hit came out. Does mean that you get that little bit of a Zentaro teleport bug. When you get knockback when you teleport, the knockback comes after the teleport. Always got to be careful of that, and Viper on Crit played a little bit too close to the sun trying to get that orb. Great Now arrow and the Crater Maker as well. Keeps it on this right side of the field, and that's going to be a goal here by Sweatproofed. Right as the some guy was about to die to Viper on Crit. It was a lot of damage coming in, but saved the goalie's life by scoring the goal.
Yeah, Sweatproofed finding that goal while the some guy was sweating, and thankfully for Texas TAMU Maroon, that one goal evener is pretty good for them. Now let's hope they can find something in this power play. A good strike reset out by Sweatproof, finding the second barrier, looking for a kill. That Celestial Intervention coming down, but it's actually just a dash away from Viper on Crit. That saves his life. The clear right into the slime means that both barriers do actually fall, and perhaps we may see the goal even fall here, but no, not yet. Sweatproofed keeping this core forward for as long as he can. Reapper's doing the same, and now in this 1v1, a great missile out by the some guy to buy some space. Such clean waiting and patience out by the forwards of Tamu Maroon.
Ooh, but right as you say that, the X goes down. Triple kill. Viper on Crit. Gonna be stolen. Paranor takes the goal at the last second there. Always love to see the teams. Every time you get that ace and there's a few seconds, teams always do something wacky. Sometimes they just steal the goal like that. Sometimes they pass it back and forth first a little bit. It's their time to shine. They've earned that one. And it's definitely a little bit of a mental blow to the opposing team as well, seeing if they get that opportunity to just get the style points.
Yeah, Viper sinking his fangs and may just do so on Reappers again, but it's just a flip to the bottom side, straight through the bell ringer of Sweatproof, and Viper getting MVP for the first set.
A very, very quick set one there from Auburn A. A lot of good things as well. The opportunity to deny 1-2 punch away from that Juno, whether it's on the Zentaro or even the X potentially takes it. But yeah, it's actually going to be the Zentaro denying the own Juno there, but is of course very good on Zentaro for damage. And Juno does have other options here. I'm surprised the Stagger Swagger isn't taken at a higher prio, just to, there we go, it is on the Juno there, just to keep it away from the opponents. And of course, on that Luna, you're kind of wondering what to take there, because you don't quite have the damage to make use of Ad Rush yet. So you might think, maybe Might of the Colossus for a little bit of size. It's really good with that Rocket Dash, a little bit of power as well, never hurt Luna. Hurt Luna's enemies, but not hurt. And you're kind of looking at that draft, and it's not ideal, but of course, if a bit of an unfortunate eject button back from some guy, if he actually waits it out and just lets it expire, he might actually save that barrier. But first barrier is kind of the rental, as we say. Not too big of a problem there. One barrier goes down, second one not taken just yet. Good defense there by Auburn, tying it up 1-1 barrier. Last second save there as well from Tiger Slash to keep that barrier alive. The Bellringer, though, comes out, stuns the Atlas, and Viper on crit, almost finding the kill on Sweatproof. Rocket Dash not quite staggered properly with the dash, means that the strike war is not won. Viper on crit down at the bottom here, almost killing, is killing X there, catches him in that flurry there, and that is a very unfortunate slow Luna, even with the glass cannon. Not a lot you can do there.
Yeah, so much damage out by Viper on crit, showing that they do know how to play this Zentaro at a pretty solid level when it comes to the damage standpoint. Now, Sweatproof Reappers need to be a little bit more careful with the damage they are taking. And yeah, they take one barrier, but the damage could mean that this script flips so fast.
Yeah, and it is one of those things, you're playing against a scaling comp, so you're expected to do well early, and if you don't, it's a big problem. It's not just, oh, we didn't do well early, we can come back later. It's, we didn't do well early, and they are only getting better from here. So they are winning early, which is good, but if it's anywhere close, it is a bit of a worry for them. Right now, though, really good just aggression from Viper on crit, making sure that that X just falls lower. Great there, instant flip from some guy, clears it a little bit, but not quite able to save that barrier in the end, but stalls out the power play long enough for X to be back. Great arrow pass from Reapers up to Sweatproofed. Arrow down to block the cross clear. Black Hole comes out, but Juno is on top of things for now, but has used a lot of abilities for that. Reaper's very close to the core flip. Great Cosmic Expanse. Good strike war as well from Reapers, though, with the teleport to get out there. Rocket Dash comes up, passes it over to Sweatproofed. Not quite enough. The Astral Projection comes forward. Counter flip. The slime, there we go, sending it forward into the goal. Reapers finding the angle and just great patience to not instantly flip it, waiting for the slime to go away. And Paranor just not hitting that counter exactly, although it is a bit of mind game, so can't fault him too much for that.
So I think the patience was a little bit more of Reappers missing that strike, and then, walking back realizing, oh shoot, I missed the strike. But it did work out for them in the end very well. But what is working out is the damage onto Reappers, taking them off, noticing they don't have energy. But look at Sweatproof's HP bar, also not great. Viper on crit, looking to finish off this kill. The mind dropped, actually giving Sweatproof some good healing, allowing him to evade, but it's not enough, as Juno in the corner is so dangerous to deal with when you're playing a goalie like Luna.
Yeah, just very difficult to clear against. Ideally, you just want to kill them, but when you're on this team as Luna, you're kind of crying because you're against two of the characters that have built-in evasion, and they also have an Atlas backing them up, so the option of killing them is not exactly off the table, but definitely not super easy. There we go, though, showing how easily it's done. A lot of damage stack up, and then the Rocket Dash comes out to finish off the Zentaro. Pass up, intercepted by the Astral Projection. Bellringer comes out as well, but it's stalled on the left side of the field here. Paranor doing a really good job of stalling out the power play. Core Flip as well comes out. Great Rocket Dash finds the protection on that barrier. The defense is on point there. The arrow as well, making sure that forward keeps it forward and doesn't just let it go backwards in just a second. But we see a pass up to Sweatproof. Bellringer into strike, tying it up 2-2 here, taking us to another 5th point. And, it's looking a little bit familiar. I don't know about it.
Yeah, I don't know. We could see another... I hope it's not another 3-0 with 5-point sets. I hope we do see a little more back and forth in the set department. and we may very well see that as Sweatproof has his flip ready. That is one barrier falling. A good save actually out by either some guy. Again, finding it. The flip used first to kill and then to clear, but it just clears it right over to Viper on crit. Not actually finding anything. One barrier falling, and Sweatproof may fall as well thanks to the Oni's Blade. Tiger Slasher maybe using ability to finish him off, but not yet. A good clear out by Aether some guy, and Sweatproof is finally off the map with Viper on crit with that flip. Takes the second barrier, and we may just see this Viper sink its fangs into the defense of Tamu Maroon.
And another one has fallen victim to the bite of this Viper, the poison taking its toll. That very aptly taking up that siphoning wand, just doing a little bit of damage over time, following the name. But Black Hole Dribble here from Reapers. Ooh, the dash from Viper, not quite enough. The strike shot as well from Atlas, though. Rocket counter, though, from Aether some guy. One of the greatest tools on Luna is just hitting the opponent so they can't hit the core. Making very good use of that, but Luna is going forward, and it's going to be Viper on crit with the Strike War win to take another set here. Viper on crit getting the goal, and it's going to be Paranor, though, picking up the MVP, because even if it's Zentaro doing a lot of the flashy plays and getting the kills, it's these slimes that over and over again are denying so many clears and just controlling the game so that Viper on crit can just go pedal to the metal 100% on the kills. Don't worry about the core. I got it. You go be a brawler.
Yeah, and the Monumentalist denied away from Reappers. The Twin Drop getting picked up for the Luna. Leaves the missile propulsion up still, but it's a great deny as Atlas operates so well off of Twin Drive. And the Stinger, a pretty good pickup for the now, because Zentaro with Stinger is a little bit disturbing, even though Stinger has been nerfed time and time again. This Zentaro is already dealing so much damage with just the Super Surgeon 1-2 punch.
Yeah, there we see it. Reapers down to very low HP. Unfortunate Sad Boys angle there. Or rather, fortunate for the Maroons, but a counter Sad Boys. Unfortunately, Tire Slasher. It's fine. 3 Sad Boys in a row. We're good. Returning Sad Boys for Sad Boys. Tire Slasher did panic with that Cosmic Expanse and cleared into the barrier, but Maroon said, nah, you're fine. We'll give you another one. But what they're not going to give is any breathing room for that X, who gets teleported off the map by the black hole there. Pretty sure something about Interstellar when something like that, go into the black hole, yada yada yada, magic, people disappear. And then Strike Shot goes down to the Juno, and that's basically the end of the movie, right?
Yeah, of course. That's exactly how that works. And we see Reapper's already taken off the map. A great dash, trying to play his life and taking the barrier, but unfortunately it's not enough, as Viper is just waiting for the Luna to teleport back, and this is looking brutal for Tamu.
Yeah, great shutdown by Maroon here. Just making sure that this X never gets a chance. Or sorry, by Auburn. Making sure that the X never gets a chance to scale, that he's never high in the pick order because he's always being killed. He doesn't have the opportunity to get experience even. And just, yeah, you're up against a Luna, X, and a Now, but if they don't get the chance to scale, you deny away the Monu from the Now. Even if it's not as good as it used to be, it's still really good. Viper on crit, they're taking a lot of damage, but doesn't matter. He's got an Atlas. He is not exactly A-okay, but he's doing pretty well. Healing up a little bit as well with that Siphoning Wand. The core flip used. Great defense by Ava, some guy who, you know, as much as we're talking about Auburn's shutdown, Maroon is playing phenomenally. The defense has been really well. So long as they are able to stay alive, they are playing really well. These Luna Rocket Dash saves have been insane. But that is another one getting killed here by Auburn. Just getting sent off the map. You can stall the power play as much as you want, but that just gives more time for Auburn to land these kills. Ooh. And Viper on crit in this overtime with the red core just sending it down into the bottom of the goal.
Yeah, and I mean, when you consider the position Tamu is in, they have been doing a decent job at staying alive where they can. But there is just a disturbing amount of damage on the other side, and well, we see one barrier already taken with a decent amount of damage already dropped onto the midfield and goalie of Tamu, and that massive chunk taken out.
Yeah, we have the Luna ult as well, though, sending it forward. They're trying to do what they can. This is potentially the last hurrah. And what a hurrah denied by Viper on crit there, using the core flip there. Viper on flip, if you will, shutting down any possibility of a Maroon resurgence there. Getting the kills, denying the clears. at every single turn, Maroon was hemmed in by Auburn. So really well played. To their credit again, Maroon, they were playing really well, but they were playing the game. Auburn was playing the players. They said, doesn't matter how well you play, if you're not on the field, if you're not able to use your abilities, if there's either a Zentaro knocking you off the map or a Juno Slime in front of you, there's nothing you can do about it. So just really well played by Auburn to just play around the opponents.
Yeah, and if we look at this just from a redirect standpoint, you would think, oh, this is a pretty close game, yada yada yada, but then we just take our screen, scan it over to the damage, and the damage and KOs were definitely going very, very big in the Auburn side. And Imizap, that's another map that a lot of this damage will come through. However, it may not be in a similar fashion as to how it was in Auburn, right? How it was on Atlas Lab, because Imizap is a lot more knockback KO favored. Now, the other thing we also have to look out for on Imizap is Rasmus Julie. How is this going to go? Are we going to see just one of them taken off, both of them taken off, or just a handshake of you get Rasmus, we get Julie, right? I'm really interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, is going to be really nice to see. I mean, I am a big fan of Imizap. Like, I mean, it's partially just to be the odd man out because I like taking the hot takes a little bit. But I like Imizap a lot. Big fan of, when Clarion first came out and it wasn't one of the big ones yet. Goo, Inkies, big fans of all of them. Imizap, the fishing hole, or as I like to call it, Rasmus's app, because really he's the star of the show. You either pick him or you ban him. He's there every single time, just about. So does depend a little bit on those awakenings, but definitely going to be another bloodbath of a map. We went from Atlab, which is one of those kind of hybrid maps, I would say, where you can core control, you can also corpse control to use the team. But this one, even more KO heavy. So if you enjoy the KOs, this is definitely one to stay tuned for.
Yeah, and we will have to see how that draft plan pans out, as I'm assuming, these teams are taking a slight break. Tamu looking to perhaps cool their heads after how the damage and KOs were really just heating up over the past game. What do you think will happen for this next draft, right? Do you anticipate any Rasmus or Julie being picked up?
I anticipate Rasmus being banned, so I can't really say that it's picked up. But there are definitely a lot of... We could just see a reprisal of the Luna. Generally not one of the best picks on Imizap, but is a lot of damage and can do a hefty amount, especially with rocket dash into rocket combos that you can do if they get in between the hole and the goal barrier. People don't expect that one, but you can really hit them off guard with that one. So wouldn't be weird to see some guy on that Luna again. But on the flip side, wouldn't be weird to see Tiger Slasher on that Atlas again. So it's possible that we see something like Atlas now being pick banned away with by Team Blue, because if you're Blue Team, you don't have to worry about Rasmus. If Rasmus is available, you pick Rasmus. If it's not, the other team banned it. You don't have to ban it yourself. So you can do something like target the healing characters, and then if they take away the Rasmus, well, you've taken away the healing characters, you can still go for something like a Luna. You can still go for something like a Julie, although I don't think that's played as much by the players on these teams. But lot of options that you can do with that. X, generally not as much because it's more of a knockback than a damage map, but you can do a fair bit with the sort of X Maximus combos, Bull Rush, X Maximus Strike. A lot of things that you can do with that. There's a lot of ways to work around this, but I highly anticipate some form of kill comp coming out. It is very rare that you see a control comp coming out.
Yeah, thing to note, though, is that Sweatproofed does, in fact, play the Julie, and, well, I think the other thing is, on the side of Tamu Maroon, this Kazan is something to look at as well. Yes, it's maybe not traditionally the most strong pick on this map, but it is a very strong pick in the hands of Sweatproofed and Reappers, and, well, look at this. The Juliet is banned away from Sweatproofed. This leaves Erasmus open to be first picked should they want to pick it up. And we'll have to see if that's locked in, right? Because the Zentaro was already banned away because of the perfect form start. The Atlas is still up, and there's that Rasmus. Rasmus likely going over to Sweatproof, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like this Rasmus midfield with a Kazan forward or something like that. The Mako and Atlas both getting picked up. This is a double defensive goalie pickup. I'm wondering, is this going to be an Atlas forward or a Mako forward?
I would say usually it would be Mako forward. That tends to be the pattern, but on Imi's app, anything can happen, and I think Atlas forward might be ever so slightly better because he does have that sort of 1-2 combo with the projection I think the combo is the Cosmic Expanse into the Astral Projection because the projection takes a second to come out. So I could be getting that backwards as well. Sage is probably going to be mad at me because he's a big fan of the Atlas forward.
Yeah, exactly. And on the opposite side, now getting picked up for Reapper, so this Rasmus is going over to Sweatproofed, and Dubu getting picked up for the Some Guy. One of these lock it down goalies just hoping to hold down whatever forward is coming on the other side. And, well, Drakkar in the midfield, another pretty big KO threat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like the Mako Drakkar Atlas, where you have the Mako speed up this quote-unquote double melee-esque comp, and allow them to move around the map a little bit better and look for these, and position for these KOs a little bit better, because Drakkar and Atlas, they have to be a lot more precise with their KOs, and it's not nearly as quick as something like Erasmus is.
Yeah, I mean, that Rasmus is definitely a strong pick here with that essentially insta-kill. It has a slight lead up to it. You can see the animation and dodge away. You can sort of mind game the Rasmus and make sure that, you're not standing on the other side of the hole with him. But definitely a powerful player, especially when it's Might of the Colossus start, because then you get the size benefit and the power benefit, which are just crazy on Rasmus. But definitely, I think it is going to be that Atlas forward, because now that you talk about the speeding up, it makes sense then why they would pick them together, because you don't want to pick the Atlas without that Mako. So, a really good team 2 strat. You don't ban away the Atlas, you don't ban away the Rasmus, so that they definitely pick the Rasmus so that all your stuff is open. And then, since you know what they're picking, okay, well, I'm going to go Atlas, so I have the recovery, and I can, use the Celestial Intervention to save myself or my team. And then you pick the Mako with it so that you can play it forward to get the kills, and then also have that speed buff. And then, of course, Drakkar, especially with Stinger in the meta, every time Stinger is in the meta, Drakkar is in the meta just about. Very good on him. It's always been good on him, and maybe there's someone that disagrees. Maybe it was nerfed that I don't know about it. Maybe I'm not a knower, but to my knowledge, that's pretty much how it goes. And so, going to be pretty interesting to see what everyone picks. I imagine Perfect Form is going to be taken on a lot of people. I'd even love to see it on the goalie. There we go. We do see it on that Dubu, and of course the Atlas. We were talking about it last time. And it is actually the Atlas goalie, surprisingly enough.
Yes.
It's going to be that Mako on the forward. Siphoning Wand as well, trying to do a little bit of damage, I guess, with the primary. Stack it up so that Drakkar can then go and finish the kills.
Looks like we'll probably be having some sort of Oki Mako playstyle, right? As Viper on crit is just not leaving the face of the Some Guy, looking to get this damage down. One barrier is already taken by Tamu Maroon, and with Sweatproof pushing up here, trying for a pass up to Reapper, is intercepted out by Paranwar, and this barrier might actually fall, but no, it doesn't. Viper not able to find it through the Some Guy's defense.
Yeah, it is a tough one there. Some guy was oh, there we go. As soon as we start talking about it, we cast or curse it. But I was going to say, if you're that good at defending on the Luna, it does bode well for playing on Dubu as well. But so far, a bit of a back and forth here. The first hook of the game didn't get the kill. Oh. And that is actually going to be Paranor picking up first blood there onto the Rasmus. Viper encrypting a lot of damage here, as opposed to last game, where he was the one doing all the damage. But pass over, countered by a core flip, kind of an awkward angle there off the Imi's app center hole. Aspiration gets it forward, pass down, intercepted by Paranor, who gets another kill onto this now, and that is going to be the goal secured with the ensnare drums. And this Pummeler's Might of the Colossus Drakkar is looking pretty good.
Yeah, one might say that it might even be that good. But we see now, Sweatproof, I guess, adjusting to play across from this Drakkar to look for more of these fishing attempts, as we like to say. but that really won't happen if the core is just set contained, and now you have to have multiple people playing to get it out. So much damage on Sweatproof. The double flip gets that barrier, and now with an open net on both sides, a slightly too slow Tofu Fortress from A to some guy. That's a second goal for Auburn.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one where the Tofu Fortress sort of trapped the core between the walls, so that last most crucial little bowl of ramen didn't actually go the full way, because it said, oh, the core's in front of me, I can't go further, and sort of just trapped it in the goal box. Just unfortunate to see, but sometimes that is the way it goes. Great passing play there from Maroon, though, not able to get it done just yet. Core flip comes out, countered really nicely. Reapers, though, taking a lot of damage on the back of the play. Viper and Crit trying to get something done, but also takes a lot of damage. Sweatproofed taking damage too. Damage going all around the place. A lot of people are healing it, though, especially with that orb picked up by Sweatproofed. And, of course, the now with those proximity drones. Viper and Crit gets the core to the barrier, successfully able to open the goal. But it's not over just yet. The Ensnare Drums has been used as well. A lot of damage on some guy might be dead here. But that is going to be the hook landing onto Drakkar, going down as well. Viper on Crit trying to line up the shot onto the Dubu there to make something out of this, but barrier secured there by Maroon. Sweatproofed trying to get it through. The arrow blocking the cross clear from Tiger Slasher. And Reapers with that core flip on the top side of the map. Sweatproof taking a lot of damage as well on the bottom side of the map, but not quite getting anything through just yet. Finally gets over to Sweatproofed, and Noir and Tiger Slasher were just lined up in the middle, not covering the entire goal, so Sweatproof is able to find that angle onto the bottom.
Yeah, it makes it pretty tough there, right? Because Reapers is covering that top side, but that bottom side is so perfectly open by Sweatproof, and yeah, we see one opening kill, flip, answered, and it's actually answered by a strike from Paranwar. Now Sweatproof is looking for a flip of their own with this mine to help them on the offense. That's the barrier, and now Reapers looking for this pass down to Sweatproof. It's actually a strike shot that gets it forward, but it's saved away out by Paranwar for the time being. And now Sweatproof, he needs to be very careful and play his life. Don't let Paranwar get this combo on him, and I'm sure that Drakkar is looking for it. The flip, slightly scared of where that Xenocloak is going, but the perfect sentry out by Reapers.
Great read by Reapers there. Whether it was just to try and block a possible clear, or he saw the strike shot dribble happening. Tiger Slasher, ooh, and that's a hook as well. Not going well for Auburn here in this one. It is a lot of damage, a lot of pressure coming out from Maroon, and they did show that they had it last time. So now we're getting them the chance to see them actually play the game here, not getting shut down by Maroon, and they're quite a force to be reckoned with.
And am I wrong, or has Sweatproof been 3 for 3 on those hook openers on Viper on Crit? Because it looks like Viper on Crit has died to those every single time that Sweatproof has done them. Now, we'll have to see if that pattern continues to follow, or maybe if this set will go in favor of Auburn. A lot of damage onto Reapers and Sweatproof, but the barrier falling, and Viper on Crit falling again as well. Sweatproof so good with these hooks, and there's that pendulum swing, a pass down to Reapers, looking to close it out here, but the flip still available for Tiger Slasher. Paranwar also available on this defense, and the flip being burned. Such good layering out by Sweatproof, and that's Tamu Maroon taking the first set.
This might be personal for Sweatproofed. Just a hunch, getting instant KO'd off, or getting just permanently KO'd by that Zentaro last time, it might be ever so slightly personal against Viper on Crit on this one. Those hooks so consistently finding the Mako there. Not even taking the extra special there on the Rasmus, a bit surprising, but taking the missile propulsion to make sure that the Drakkar doesn't get the chance to take it. And I suppose also letting now get that Monumentalist, because if, Atlas denies the extra special, he can't also deny Monu. But that does mean that Adrenaline Rush falling to that Drakkar, and honestly, I'd kind of even like to see the Ad Rush fall to Sweatproof there, because he is finding these hooks quite consistent.
Yeah, I think what I would have preferred there is one of two things. Either, take the extra special and then just let Reapers deal with it, with the Monu being denied, or just wait and then take the Adrenaline Rush if it's not denied. And we see there, that missile propulsion, it didn't even kill there. And yes, it's a deny away from Drakkar, but is that even worth it at that point?
Yeah, it's also a deny. I guess it is a deny from the entire team, but I really don't think it. The other weird thing with missile prop is because the hook flies further, it can hook people from further away, so you need more knockback to get them into the hole anyways. So sometimes, it would turn a hook that might stay there for a little bit and cause some sort of pressure to just be a dead... Viper on crit now, a little bit more weary and wise to these hooks. Classic Dubu particle accelerator as well coming out from Some Guy. He's been studying almost getting the kill onto Viper on crit there with just the somersault. A lot of damage coming out here as well. Viper on crit. Ooh, pendulum swing from Sweatproof, not finding the kill. Bit of an interesting angle there as well. Some dribbling from Reapers, but the core goes up to Viper on crit. Hook goes a little bit wide there, unfortunately, for Sweatproofed. And that's going to be another hook down the drain. There we go, though. The arrow finally finding the kill onto Viper. A little bit long overdue there, was staggered for a long time. And now the play stalls out as well. And through all of this, Auburn has been the ones to keep the barrier up and also getting the Sad Boys behind. Maroon, again, not in shambles, but not doing perfectly either. It has not been a good 2 minutes here for Maroon.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming on into Paranor, but it's just healed up by that Celestial Intervention. And there's that kill. There's the ad rush, the flip out to the opposite side. A great clear out by Some Guy for now. And Some Guy needs to find another one against Viper on crit, and he does, but it's not enough against the lock and load. That's a goal for Paranor.
Really well set up there by Auburn. Going up to the top side, trying to force it through the Dubu, forcing him into the down clear, and then having that last shotgun shell blocked and loaded just to make sure that he can't cross clear it. Just beautiful checkmate there by Auburn A. Up to that point, great defense by Some Guy, to his credit again. And doing a lot of damage to Viper on crit. They seem to have decided that this is their win con, take out Viper on crit so they can control the field, but they're using so many abilities for that it's kind of a free reign for Auburn to try and do their own thing, to get more Drakkar kills, get some core flip energy so you can take the barrier. And even if Viper on crit dies, if you weren't able to get the barrier on the other side of the field as Maroon, it's kind of a moot point because Tiger Slasher is holding this down really well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what comes with Atlas, right? Some Guy also needs to be very careful, as a lot of damage is being put onto him. A good pass up from Sweatproof to Reappers, who finds that barrier, and now Paranoir is looking kind of low. A lot of damage, and a great flip to the top side. Reappers finding the second goal for Tamu Maroon, and that puts them onto set points.
Reapers has read the anti-Atlas textbook. Whenever you're against an Atlas, it's pretty much always the strategy to hold the flip. Of course, then you get into mind games where it's like, oh, they want me to hold the flip, so I'm not going to hold it, or, that kind of thing. But basically, Atlas's abilities, especially that Cosmic Expanse, if it doesn't hit anything, it goes away. So you wait the core flip out so that to basically bait out the abilities, and that is exactly what Reapers did. Waited for the strike shot and the Astral Protection to come out so that he can score the goal there, and this time, though, Maroon does appear to have the momentum going into this point. They are going forward with it. A little bit of damage comes on to just Some Guy, but not going to be enough as Reapers gets it up to the top, and the strike shot from Tiger Slasher is not enough to clear it out.
Hey, maybe the missile propulsion deny was worth it, because there seems to be a severe lack of core control on the side of Auburn A, and, well, with Reapper's first pick, likely opting for that twin drive, which... yes, unfortunately, it is not stacks, but it's still pretty good, and it's also a deny away from the Atlas, as this Twin Drive Atlas would be pretty miserable to deal with. The Big Fish pickup is a little interesting, as I think I personally would have preferred heavy impact on the Drakkar, maybe just saving it for Mako as a damage pick, I guess. But Dubu also gets stacks, and now needs to be a little bit careful to play with their life, but if that stacks can stay stacked, Some Guy will be able to offer a lot, even in the offense.
Ooh, and that's another kill here. Sweatproof seeming to find the magic again. I've seemed to notice that when you play Rasmus on this map is sometimes you'll just lose the touch. People are more wary against the hook, so they're dodging, they're positioning different. Whatever the case is, you'll go through sort of phases throughout a game where you're doing better or worse with the hooks, but Sweatproof found it again, but Viper finds the barrier. Barriers down on both sides here. Hook, great dodge there from Parnoir, not getting caught up like Viper on crit has been. And of course, it can be very difficult to dodge that. It is a bit of a reaction check. But Viper on crit doing a ton of damage here to Some Guy, and that is kind of the point of giving the Dubu that stacks, is saying it doesn't matter if you have stacks, we'll just kill you. Or just score the goal, that works too. So, great find there by Auburn. But I think that this is a draft that goes well for Auburn. Of course, Twin Drive on Now and, Size on Rasmus with the Might of the Colossus and the stacks on Dubu, they're all good. But Auburn played to their strengths. Sweatproof is playing to his hooks. That's also an important note. But with Viper on crit getting a heavy impact, that's more abilities and more damage. Great for Mako. With the size on Parnar, that's survivability, so he doesn't get killed as often. And that's also power because of the Might of the Colossus, letting him get more KOs, letting him stack up that adrenaline rush. And of course, the size and duration on the Atlas is going to mean that it's that much easier to save people because it lasts longer. Great in snare drums as well. Viper on crit setting it up, Viper, and then Parnar setting it through Viper's snare drums. So as I'm yapping about how good the draft was for Auburn is proving me right. So, no further evidence, no further discussion on that necessary. Great save there as well from Tiger Slasher.
Yeah, insane save. And I think recognizing that save would even need to happen is pretty disturbing, right? Because that's a really long range for Sweatproof to be getting that. And with the build he has, it's pretty good. Reapper is finding a barrier in return at least. Now, we'll have to see, can Reappers and Sweatproof convert here, as Tiger Slasher has notoriously been pretty good at holding down the barriers in a lot of these positions. A great hook out by Sweatproof, but an even better secondary out by Tiger Slasher to stall the time. And now with the core on the opposite side, I mentioned it before, there wasn't great core control, but for whatever reason, it looks to have changed. Maybe the cages, maybe great strikes out by Paranwar, but it's not even allowed to leave the side, as Reappers finds a great play with the mine.
Yeah, it was a strike win against Tiger Slasher using that mine. Came up right when Tiger Slasher did go to strike the core, so didn't have anything left to defend it. Just really good timing on that. Hook goes a little bit wide from Sweatproof. A chance for Viper on crit to live a little bit longer here. But not finding the barrier. Astral Projection as well doesn't get it forward. The core flip comes out, passed down to Sweatproof, who has the secondary, not going to get close enough to the core with that, unfortunately. Core flip used by Viper gets it behind, but not quite into the barrier. A lot of damage exchanged there between Viper and some guy, just kind of brawling it out there in the goal box. And of course, that's going to be another hook onto Viper on crit from Sweatproof, who also has core flip here, has secondary, looking to potentially use the core flip to get a goal after the barrier's down, but might be greeting it a little bit. But great defense there, Parnar using the core flip there, and defended by the Astral Projection there. Sweatproof finally using the core flip there, but to no avail. Strike shot into pass, into core flip, into Paranwar getting the kill onto Now. Great power play opportunity. Damage as well onto the some guy here. Chance to reset the sacks. The hook goes a little bit wide again. And that lock and load misses. The strike shot misses as well. It's not good for Auburn. The power play is over, and we're in overtime as the core is going to start going a whole lot faster.
Yeah, now Reapper, Sweatproof, they only need one good strike to tie this up. Viper pushing forward with that drum and bass. A missed Molten Bolt from Paranwar means these kill attempts will slow down for just a bit. That adrenaline rush cannot be procced for just a little bit. And now Sweatproof, good strikes, good attempt at keeping it forward. Reappers needs one good play here. Doesn't find it, but it's Sweatproof who does, as he finds that strike to the bottom side below Tiger Slasher.
And now it is Maroon 1 point away from tying up the series, taking us to a game 3, and showing us why Rasmus is pretty darn good on this map.
Yeah, showing that skill to great effect and piloting this Rasmus, and potentially may just find this barrier here, but has to be a little bit careful in playing near these edges with Paranwar at his feet. But oh no, that nearly went in, and there's that ult. The ult from Tiger Slasher not quick enough. Reapper's looking for the pass, intercepted out by Paranwar. Sweatproof looking for a play of his own with this Whiplash. Whiplash slightly too early, which means Tiger Slasher with a good weight. This secondary, it's intercepted actually by Paranwar, and now Tiger Slasher doesn't even have to burn that flip.
Yeah, and that flip being up is so important for this open goal Atlas. That is the lifeline here that is keeping Auburn in the game. If it gets over, it might just be over for them. But as well, they are 1 point away. This is a 5th point here, so if they can get the goal, it resets the clock. They get a few more chances to put it through, and Paranwar will find the angle, shutting down Maroon's hopes at ending it right there and taking us to a game 3 on Clarion Test Chamber. Paranwar, well-deserved MVP of that set, putting in so much work, has the option to pick up the size that built different so that he gets even more power and more damage. Also aerials, Super Surge, Dagger Swagger, Cast to Last, it's all good for Drakkar.
Yeah, and does opt for that in the end. The Stagger Swagger might actually just be passed up and given over to the Dubu, but where does this go, right? The Chrono Boost is pretty good on the Now. The aerials also kind of denied away, making sure that Viper doesn't have any chance to pick up a Speed Awakening, but the Stagger Swagger falling over to Viper I think, okay, normally I would say that's pretty big because he has been taking a lot of damage, but Sweatproof has also been finding so many of those knockback kills, and a knockback kill we almost saw there from Paranor, but Sweatproof does survive to see another day.
Ooh, and that's going to be another kill into now with that extra damage. But the other thing about Stagger Swagger is it's also a speed awakening, so when Mako is so much faster because of that, it's going to be a little bit harder to hit those hooks, so I think all around a little bit of a mistake or a misdraft to let that Stagger Swagger go all the way to the Mako in the bottom position there. But we'll see how it plays out. Reaper's taking a lot of damage. Would have been nice to have the Stagger Swagger there, even over the Chrono Boost. But staying alive so long, is now staggered, didn't get the heal off before the stagger, but will get healed up in the end. But barriers down on both sides. Pass comes from Paranor, gets a kill onto Sweatproof. That is going to be the recovery drone reset really early here. Double kill flip from Viper on crit. Again, I said it before, but Viper on flip is going insane. I don't think I've seen too many double kill flips before. That is quite the amazing find there.
I mean, he just walked up and core flipped them. That was brutal. And we might see another core flip attempt here out by Reappers. There it is, but so much damage on him means that he can't get anything to that great effect. The damage still continues to persist, but there are those mines coming so frequently, allowing Reappers to even somewhat heal up. Has to pop the lifeline this time, dodging away from the Molten Bolt, and he is just playing a bullet hell here.
Yeah, you have to dodge so many abilities, and if one of them hits, it can be over just from that. A bit of a misstrike leads to core flip there from Tiger, who's going to let it stall for a little bit. Does manage to keep the barrier alive, even as the Mako did go down. That's going to be another kill onto now. Great secondary from Sweatproof, finds the one barrier. The goal is now open. The strike shot hits the Drakkar, who slows it for just a second. Viper on crit, speeding up, giving Paranor the ability to get that, and that's going to be a kill. Molten Bolt into the primary there from Drakkar. Does it as well, strike into primary again. This is such good play from Paranor, who is just incredibly enabled by this max size, or almost max size, with Ad Rush, Might of the Colossus Pummelers. It is, I mean, we're seeing it live. It is brutal to go up against this build.
Yeah, and we can see why they're willing to give this Rasmus over. They don't want to deal with that Julie, but they have actually started to figure out how to dodge these hooks for the most part. And unfortunately for Some Guy, that is that barrier falling, and we could just go to a set 5. Sweatproof looking to take a barrier of his own, and he finds it at the cost of his own life. Reapper's not looking to fall to the same fate, looking for a self-pass to his ult, but doesn't yet find it, and Some Guy with an attempted down clear, intercepted by the perfect pitch from Viper on crit, and we are going to a set 5.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about Auburn just being so enabled by that draft, letting them get the Stagger Swagger, it was the Drakkar getting first pick on that build different, but not much you can do about that one, but it is still so brutal, and that is going to be the spark of strength going to this Mako. Just more damage, a little bit all in on it, but I don't hate to see it. Drakkar waiting on this pickup to maybe get that 1-2 punch. Gonna go for the rapid fire in the end. Really good pickup there. And call me crazy on this, but I'd almost like to see Atlas take Among Titans. I might be crazy, but I actually like it because he doesn't need size to use his secondary or his primary or his strike shot or his ultimate. You do need to be able to save the Mako there, unfortunately. That is going to be another kill onto Viper on crit, who has been found by so many of these hooks, and Sweatproof finding the barrier as well. But the goal is not going to be scored. Sweatproof had kind of an opportunity, but not too much steam left in the tank to follow through. Sweatproof taking a lot of damage here, almost dying, but not quite. Reaper's trying to duke it out, and actually will 1v1 Tiger Slasher there. Bit of a all-in from Viper and Paranor, trying to get that first kill onto Rasmus so they can start the snowball later on. But going all in on that kill kind of backfired and just left the goal open. Great save there from Tiger Slasher, though, making good use of that extra special to just shut down. But speaking of shut down, that is Drakkar getting killed. Sweatproof finding the angle with the pendulum swing. Viper on crit also very close to that hole, playing it a little bit too close to the sun, but not getting punished for it. Sad Boys as well. Some guy really good at defending, even when he doesn't even have to lift a finger. It just works. Paranor, though, finding the angle, Viper on Crit winning the strike war, and that is going to be an open goal. Viper on Crit very low on health, but does have that stagger swagger. If he can stay alive and dodge the hook that just came out, he will be in good position in no time. Now going down as well. Sweatproof has taken a little bit of damage. Core flip comes out. Counter flip, though, from Ava. Some guy really well nicely played. Astral Projection from Tiger Slasher is amazing, too, and that's going to mean the game stalls out a little bit longer. Now, back on the field, but Ava, some guy has taken a lot of damage. Does get healed, though. Really nicely done. Another kill found Sweatproofed onto this Drakkar. Needs to stop happening. The Viper on Crit save, though, is really nice by Tiger Slasher. Keeping his team in the game is absolutely important. The core flip comes out with the Astral Projection just to stall the game out for just a second longer as well. The arrow comes out. The strike war win. The log comes out. The barrier still stands. Sweatproof trying to go up to the top corner, set it up for Reapers with the proximity drum, but it's not enough. The ensnare drums countered by a somersault, getting a perfect landing there, but it goes down to the bottom, and that is going to be a goal scored by Viper on Crit, tying it up 1-1. Paranor almost dying to the hook, but managing to live, just barely.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is this damage from both sides is looking pretty dangerous. Both of the forwards of Tamu need to be careful not to die to Paranor, and same thing goes for Paranor. Needs to be careful not to die to a lot of these stray abilities from Sweatproof. He is positioning to look for one of these kills, and there's that damage. It's coming onto Reapers, walks away, grabs the orb, and Viper on Crit realized maybe let's not play that Oki style and Ada some guy and instead just focus on killing the midfielder. That might be the way to win.
Yeah, I mean, midfield is the link in the chain that binds together your forward scorer and your goalie, so if you can take them out, it makes it so much more difficult. But if Sweatproof gets the core there, that's just GG. Really well found with that secondary into the barrier. Viper on Crit doing a number on Ava, some guy, maybe even getting a kill here in just a second with that flip. Does manage to secure it, and that's an open goal here. Can Reapers get there in time? The answer is no. Puts it in with the proximity drone. Tried his best, but was not able to get it, and that, Auburn A, 1 goal away from the playoffs. Maroon 2 goals away from Game 3 and their shot at the playoffs.
Yeah, great flip there out by Sweatproof, making sure he doesn't fall in that situation, and actually takes the barrier there too. Reapers needs to be very careful of a combo from Paranor, and Reapers, he does it! He brings us to a set 5.5 silver scrapes!
Boo-wee woo, do-wee woo.
Well, this
really nice
silver scrapes point, we'll have to see. There's that hook. It takes Paranor completely off the map. He had a full flip, and that would have been insane for Auburn.
Yeah, I'd almost loved... Oh, what a way to end the game! The open goal with the core flip into own goal secondary. Tiger Slasher unfortunately succumbed to the pressure there and just did not have a handle on that in the end. Well fought by both teams. Maroon hanging in there by a fingernail on the edge of that one. Just barely staying in that for so long, giving up a bit of a draft advantage to the enemy team, but in the end pulling through just barely in a set 5.5, taking us to a Game 3.
Yeah, and Tiger Slasher with a valiant attempt on the defense. Unfortunately, when it mattered most, he did crumble. Now, we'll have to see what happens in this Game 3. That's still to be seen, right? Which of these teams will come out on top, because we've mentioned time and time again, they look pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, very evenly matched, and so evenly, in fact, that we're going to leave you hanging for just a second. I do unfortunately have to go, but I will be subbed in by a very, very good and well-known person here. But I'll leave it as a surprise for y'all to find out. For now, you're just going to have to wait just a little tiny bit longer, but look forward to it because it's going to be a banger of a game.
Hello, everyone, and sorry for the short break. We are right back with Game 3 of Auburn A versus Tamu Maroon. I'm here with the illustrious Psykeen. Hi, Psykeen!
That's me. Hello, Ether. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I'm excited. I got to see the tail end of that heater last game. My goodness. What a way to go out, but I'm ready for some CTC Clarion test chamber action. Should be a good game, huh?
Yeah, and already we're getting into this draft, right? Recovery drone aerials start, right? Tamu Maroon banning away the Estelle from Perrin War. Auburn A banning the Mako from A the Some Guy. The Asher getting picked up likely for Viper on crit. And this now on Reappers means that will we see A the Some Guy on something like the Luna? Or is it going to be something different? No, the Atlas actually locked. Yeah, A the Some Guy picking up this Atlas, recognizing, you know what? In that last game, even though we were getting a lot of these kills and power plays, the Atlas was what was really holding us back from making this game easy.
Understandable, yeah. I mean, Atlas is a wonderful character to lock in, and Atlas, now that double healing is probably going to be clutch, but that is the Kai coming out now, right? That's going to be a little bit of a speedster to deal with. Although, Atlas, I think, historically struggles with speedsters, no? You can get around him, so we'll see. And the Imi, too, so we'll see. This is quite the comp. Asher, Kai, Imi on CTC, so we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who picks up what, if it's the Imi for Tiger Slasher or the Kai for Tiger Slasher. I think I know Tiger Slasher is more of someone who likes the Imi, and this Kai will likely fall to Perrin War. And then Sweatproofed, locking in this Juliet, right? I think, personally, I might have liked the Kazan a little bit more here, because it is a pick Sweatproofed is very comfortable on, and I think it does well into both Kai and Imi.
Yeah, I do agree. Julie, Inza, Kai, Imi. I mean, Kai does like to run around, the edges of the map, so he could be good kills, but he's slippery, so it's harder. And if it is that Imi in the midfield, honestly, I think an Imi's pretty easily killed by the Julie. She also likes her walls, but she can also be slippery, so I don't know. Kazan might have been a good pick to deal with that, but hey, they're saying I like Julie on this map. I like it with these awakenings. I'm ready to see them cook. I'm ready to see how well they play into that. So we'll see. As we wait to get into this game. I think that's the cue. We're getting in.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why we might be going for something like the Julie is, one thing I've noticed is on Clarion Test Chamber, people generally tend to value brawlers who have a lot more reliable confirms, and looks like we do have a little bit of a technical hiccup as we're going into Imi's app instead of Clarion Test Chamber. But
happens all the time, no worries.
Yeah, as I was saying, Clarion Test Chamber generally favoring a lot of these brawlers that have more reliable confirms, such as Julie, X, Asher, Rasmus even. So I can see why they didn't want to go for something like the Kazan, because on a lot of these maps, they are relatively tight, and it makes it hard to clear around someone who has those confirms.
Yeah, Juliet absolutely loves those tight corners, right? Corner offense, Juliet, she loves it. She'll be there for it. But yeah, Kazan, a little bit tricky to navigate. So we'll see. And it does look like we are getting Tiger Slasher on that Imi goalie. So it is going to be Paranoir on the Kai, Viper Crit on the Asher. Excited to see how this shakes out. Of course, Sweat-proofed on that Julie. See what kind of magic can be cooked up. Ace some guy on the Atlas, taking the strike shot. Reapers 33 on the now. Mag Souls. This is the eject button. Strike shot. Battle of the goalies. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, notably right. Only the brawlers picking up this recovery drone. Everyone else opting for aerials. So we will see a little bit more speed and mobility on the midfielders and goalie singular. One barrier already taken. Sweatproof looking to set up for the second one. Reappers with a slightly awkward dribble leaves A the Some Guy in a position where he's forced to use that secondary. And with another straight pass, that's another ability committed by the Atlas. So if this core gets to him once more, it could be a bit dangerous.
And we're definitely just seeing Viper on crit sitting on this Atlas as both barriers do go down. That core found its way to Asher. Path Splitter comes out, not going to find anything just yet. The Ivy turret blinks in, trying to find the goal. Sweatproof taken dangerously low, and Viper on crit, a great strike war against the flip. A good parry. It's going to find the goal. Well played. Viper on crit for Auburn A.
Hey, one of the cardinal sins of Omega Strikers, do not flip right in front of an Asher, and, well, unfortunately, nothing better you could do there, but hope to win that interaction, and unfortunately, the some guy, not in the best position to win it. Now, we'll have to see, one barrier is taken, a second one actually taken by Paranor with that backwards Giga Blast, pass up to Sweatproof, and a trigger of the center. That means that the second barrier goes down on both sides, and with a pass up to Sweatproof, he's looking to finish it off here. A good cyber swipe with a sentry turret, trying to keep this core forward, a great flame flurry, and a flip out by Reappers, the pass up to Sweatproof, and it just goes back to Viper on crits.
Great patience coming out from the Some guy. Does manage to get it out. Tiger Slasher does have that flip, but Sweatproof also has a flip and to the side, so this could be a little bit of a dangerous situation for your Tiger Slasher, because Paranoir looking low, but that is going to be the punch coming out. So just a little bit less abilities to worry about on the side of Auburn. The Reapers and Sweatproof are trying their best to start this offense, and of course, Figure on crit, sitting in front of the goal, is going to get the core. One shot, one kill into the goal. That is 2-0 for Auburn A.
Yeah, so much credit to Tiger Slasher there, actually. Just, it's a simple thing, but it's so effective in just making sure that Sweatproof has no chance to get the core at all. Just permanently hitting it around the brawler, and it forces Sweatproof to maybe use that flip in that position to kill instead. And yeah, they get the kill off of it. Can they convert? They get the second barrier, and maybe now they can find a goal and put themselves up to 1-2 in this set if they can. Ooh.
And there it is. That's all you needed to say. That is the 1-2 taken there from Sweatproof. And I just want to say, Sweatproof is doing an immaculate job of just keeping core control on the other side of the field. It gives Reapers enough time to, get back, get into position to come help out, which is something that is going to separate the brawlers from one another, right? If they're able to maintain that possession, or if they're able to make something work when they get that possession. It is such an important and vital skill to have here, as that is the recovery drone down on Viper on crit. Well played from Sweatproofed.
Yeah, pretty critical, one might say. And Viper on crit looking to kill Reappers, doesn't yet find it. Great dribbles out of the defense of Auburn. Sweatproof grabbing the center orb, and with the size may look to potentially get a kill or just a good strike war win for the barrier. No barrier actually found yet. A good clear out by Tiger Slasher. Great passes. It gets cleared again to the bottom side of Cyber Swipe, keeping the core forward. Viper doesn't need that flip and gets the barrier anyway, but now has to use it in some attempt to take the goal here.
And a great attempt from Sweatproof there, trying to catch Paranor out with the dash punch, is not going to land it, and now that is going to be Asher in front of the net with the core. Some guy is going to strike it away. That is going to be the flip coming out from Reappers, and it is going to just reset the play just a little bit. Oh, that was such an almost unfortunate bounce. But Sweatproof does have the main gimmick of this Clarion map, the size. It's gone now, but it was helpful for keeping possession. Wow. And look at that possession that Sweatproof is able to keep. Takes both barriers off of that push. Now we're back to a reset position with open barriers, and Viper on crit. One shot. That's all you need in the net. That is the set for Auburn A.
Yeah, unfortunate. Tiger Slasher, he's just finding so many of these clears around Reappers and Sweatproof, and will be rewarded with it, having the option to take either the Timeless Creator or the Stacks on Stacks if he really wants. But hey, maybe the Stacks on Stacks is what Sweatproof will actually go for to get the speed he needs to get into these plays. But no, just opts for the Big Fish instead.
I like this Stacks on Stacks here from the Asher. I mean, we've seen Viper on crit kind of just sitting around in front of the goalie. It's been working so far, but that Stacks is going to ensure that no matter what, they can be in the play whenever they want. That is going to be prime time and rapid fire picked up, though, from Some guy and Reappers, and that is going to be a lot of cooldowns that now they have access to, and that this Auburn A is going to have to worry about. So, we'll see how well these players are able to play with these new tools in their toolboxes. excited to see what they make of it.
Yeah, and they already make one barrier of it. Sweatproof answering with the barrier of their own, looking for a dash punch here. Doesn't need the punch, just the dash to get that second barrier. A pass attempt from Reappers, a good strike shot from A, the some guy, denying that cyber swipe cross clear deny. And Sweatproof, these dribbles, they look so good. Tiger Slasher, though, even better, the patience to clear that. And now the melee flip,
oh my
the
goodness,
touch, the kill, the goal. That's Sweatproof.
Incredible. Just that possession I'm talking, you can just do so much when you have that possession, and just great job from Reappers there. A lot of midfielders might be scared off standing in that goo that damages you over time, gets you real low. Reappers was staggered in that corner there and still stayed in the play, managed to help out Sweatproof keep possession for just a little bit longer, and that led to the goal. But as I've been talking here, that is both barriers down already as Auburn A is trying to make a push back.
Yeah, and I think the thing that makes things very sketchy, though, is Sweatproof needs to use pretty much every ability to make any sort of progress on Tiger Slasher's barriers. And while I do say that, he does take one barrier with just a punch, but commits the dash shortly after, and now has nothing to work with. The flip out by A, the some guy, but he doesn't realize this turret is timeless, and it lasts long enough to get the goal.
Absolutely, it is a timeless aerials turret. So Tiger Slasher could be on the opposite side of the field placing that thing down, and it's not going anywhere for a long time, right? As already one barrier does go down. Viper on crit with the flip is going to try to find something. The Asher Ultimate is going to come out. Reappers down here in the bottom trying to find a way to clear this core out. Sweatproof has the ball, tries to find the barrier, not going to find it just yet as Paranoir and Sweatproof dance around with this core. That is the flip right in front of the barrier, and that is an open net now for the side of Auburn A.
Yeah, slightly awkward there, as I think Sweatproof intended to hit the core, hit that barrier, and then flip to look for a goal attempt, but doesn't have that anymore. And actually, looking for the bottom shot, I think Reappers might have just barely saved it, sending it back to Tiger Slasher off of a great angle from Sweatproof. Now, Reappers looking to redeem himself with a flip pass, doesn't yet get it as the barrage lasts long enough for Paranoir. And now Viper and Crit continues to sit on A, the some guy, in some attempt to take this barrier. A lot of abilities committed by Sweatproof, a great glitch pop to save that top shot. And there's that path splitter used, but to no avail, as a great flip out by A, the some guy clears it, but he loses his barrier in the process.
Yeah, I mean, we are just seeing the vicious effect here, though, of the now with that. She got rapid fire. Yeah, that is, oh my goodness, cinema. That is a KO on the goalie in the goal line, and that is going to be Sweatproof taking this for TAMU Maroon. Just those primaries that Reappers is able to apply, that's so much pressure. You just throw them out, those little triangles on the field, and they do so much for you. And he has them so often because of this rapid fire pickup.
Yeah, and rapid fire. Unfortunately, Sweatproof there is actually denied the dash punch attempt on Viper on crit thanks to that path splitter Viper put down earlier. Otherwise, I think Viper and crit would have been absolute toast there. A flip attempt out by Sweatproof, barely not caught, and it just goes to the opposite side as A, the some guy gets these clear attempts.
A, the some guy, that was just immaculate defense, right? Just patiently waited, struck it right behind the Asher. Now that is the flip going out, and that is the recovery drone down from Viper on crit. Sweatproof is going to get a punch in there, try to take them off the field. That is a punch, that is an ultimate. Juliet taking names, taking heads, as Paranoir might be next on the list, trying to pass it up, find a way to Reappers. Tiger Slasher does have the core flip. That is a strong potential defensive tool in this power play as Viper on crit is back on the field. That timeless turret coming out as a welcome party.
Yeah, welcoming Viper on crit back, but Sweatproof might be welcoming Tiger Slasher with a dash punch to the face. Maybe not yet, though, as he is preparing for it, as his energy is just charging up. Reappers, maybe we'll see a flip here. Flips emotionally, letting it go to that opposite side. The flip went out by Sweatproof, and there's the dash punch right through Tiger Slasher.
Excellently done from Sweatproof. Just won the flip off there, you know. It could have been down to the milliseconds for whose core flip could have come out first. Sweatproof, you got there, got the score. Well done. You know, as we get into this draft, that is a 1-2 punch on the board for Juliet. We'll see. She's going to wait because the IME is going to have to deny that Monumentalist from the now. That's a great pickup. We saw that she wanted the extra special earlier, which extra special timeless, you know, that's a strong combo. We are going to go with the build different on the Juliet, get some more size. That is interesting choice. Of course, Atlas cooldowns out the wazoo. That's prime time, that's twin drive, that's 2 of each ability. My goodness. But I am interested to see what Sweatproof does with this built diff over the 1-2 punch, see how much it matters.
Yeah, I think Sweatproof also realized, you know what? Maybe instead of going for just purely kills, I just take these strike advantage, size advantages to win these strike wars, right? And that's what he has been doing to a great extent so far. On the other side, though, Paranwar picking up the second spark and having both, having both agility and focus is pretty good for the Kai. And I think if he gets Rezil at this point, it could look a little dangerous for Tamu Maroon.
Those would be massive awakenings to have. The mayor might be coming out for his election, but that is a now primary that is going to send the core. Red speeds. This is the bumper house. Sweatproof tries to go for a very creative angle, bouncing everywhere. The flip comes out of A, the some guy. Thought he saw something. Fortunately, he made it through. All good for his team to regain possession and score. Sweatproof and Rippers in the bottom corner there are going to find a way to get the goal in. That is 1-0 in this set for TAMU.
Yeah, Tamu Maroon looking pretty good so far. And the flip being burned up at Paranwar, and Sweatproof is actually in the wall. The dash from the Julie.
Save him!
Slightly off point. I think the team's just passing back and forth, waiting for Sweatproof to... No, maybe it just looks like they just want to play this out,
There
right?
we go. There we go. By Corestrike. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go. Sweatproof now finally able to play one barrier taken in favor of Auburn. And Viper on crit looking to take the second. The flip actually having to be burned for it. The Pat Splitter wasn't enough. And now Sweatproof tries to keep the core saved on this top side. The secondary of the Atlas has to be used. And an awkward angle side streetsing here. There's still 2 barriers alive for Auburn.
This is a lot to work through if you are Auburn. I mean, you're going to... Or not Auburn if you're Maroon. Tamu Maroon. Apologies. But Rappers is going to try. Paranoir is going to try and find a way. And that is going to be the flip for the barrier. And could have been almost a twofer with that weird bounce pattern. But it does look like possession is going to be fought over between Paranoir, Sweatproof, Rippers, and Tiger Slasher. That is a big turret coming out. That Monu turret is incredible. Flip down the field. Paranoir to Vipers on crit, and it's going to go in. Unfortunately, the Atlas secondary just did not have enough time to form, and it just pinched that goal.
Hey,
well
I mean,
played.
That's what happens when you stand right on top of the Atlas. The Atlas secondary can go nowhere. And, well, we saw that out. Pretty well played by Viper on crit. This kind of oaky positioning playstyle is working pretty well. Now, Paranoir does burn that evade there, which means he is free food for Sweatproof. Should the second one come out, yeah, there's that second evade. There's the second barrier. Now Riapper's looking to get it forward to this Julie, who just wants to win these strikes. And with so much speed at his back, Sweatproof takes the second goal.
No, I am definitely seeing that built different value because there is just so much space that this Juliet is able to cover and take up and threaten. And it's just so feasible for these 2v1 interactions. And just, wow, look at that from half court. I mean, essentially, Sweatproof does get the power play, and now Viper on crit is going to have to leave that little spot that they love so much at the front of the goal for this power play. All they get is 1 barrier for that, but that does even out the playing field just a little bit.
Yeah, but 1 barrier means that this Atlas is going to be in a pretty comfortable position, right, with the flip as well, but Viper on crit has a flip of their own. The flip denied out by the Expanse, and now Riapper's looking for a flip for themselves, but so many creations, so many people to get through. A flip from A to some guy, slightly awkward, actually saved for now by Riapper's, but so much damage. Sweatproof on the defense actually helping hold this offense, and now Tiger Slasher with the eject button doing so much work, keeping the core forward. The flip not enough from Sweatproof. The pass down to Riapper's, looking for some sort of way to take the second barrier. Nothing just yet, and they finally find it in that bottom corner. The cyber swipe, getting it forward to Viper on crit. The pass down to Riapper's, not yet found, and off a tiny bounce corner, Paranoir finds the goal.
just incredibly done off of the strike war against Reappers. That could have gone either way. That was a 50-50 strike war, in my opinion. And I mean, these teams are so wonderful to watch because they both just understand the mission on either side. Both brawlers are coming back to help out on defense during power plays, during spots where it might be rough, and that is a greatly placed now primary that is going to send it into the goal off of the Juliet's ultimate. Well played, and that is the set being taken for Tamu Maroon here.
Yeah, Tamu Maroon looking pretty good. Now, the thing to keep in mind is, do we just go for the perfect form, because that's pretty good, or do we have to deny the spark? Because that would be third spark for the Kai, but no. Tamu Maroon just saying, you know what, we'll let the Kai have that spark and take perfect form for ourselves. The missile propulsion also being denied away from the Alice. Maybe the Among Titans actually comes through and makes Sweatproof even bigger, but doesn't really look like it, as the Chrono Boost and Siege Machine are picked up.
You know what? I do really kind of like this Glass Cannon pickup. Because, follow me here for a second, right? Viper on Crit's just been standing in front of Ava some guy, right? The entire time. You gotta damage the person. You gotta hit him with something to get that, you know, Glass Cannon off them. So, in Viper on Crit's mind, maybe he's thinking the Atlas is just going to start primarying me. That's less cooldowns to worry about. And now both barriers are open. Don't know if that had anything to do with it, but that is a Viper on Crit standing in front of some guy with a core flip. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and there it is. Two barriers taken on the opposite side. Some guy has a flip, has to use it in an awkward position. Tiger Slasher there for the rebound, nearly timing out his eject button with a great strike to find the goal.
Which is incredible, and just the angle on the Alice primary was just a little off. It just slipped right through. That's depressing to see, Aether, but, you know, we bounce back, we recover, we will grow stronger, and Reappers is already almost dead.
Yeah, and in that position with so many abilities dropped on you, it looks pretty scary as he's staggered, and now some guy has to do a lot of work on this defense. The flip out by Viper on Crit takes that second barrier, looking for a way to slip it through the skull. Sweatproof has a flip of their own on the defense. Tiger Slasher just dribbling, just waiting. Sweatproof healing up with that Celestial Intervention and taking one barrier with the dash. And now with Reappers coming back, maybe it's okay, but not okay enough, as the Expanse is blocked by Viper on Crit, allowing Paranwar to find that goal.
Oh, it's just such a well-placed secondary from Viper on Crit, you know, stunning the Atlas, stopping his secondary from forming. Just brilliant play. Exactly where they needed to be, doing what they needed to do. And that is Sweatproof getting eviscerated in the bottom there. But, oh, what a reversal! Oh, the double revive, Viper on Crit, Sweatproof, they're just brawling in the midfield! This is incredible to watch! Primary's coming out, Sweatproof being taken down. This is not looking good if you are Sweatproofed. Tamu Maru is going to have to fight this back, but they do have Atlas, they have that double healing, they can potentially get Sweatproofed back in the game very quickly. And just the reversal power play now. Incredible.
Yeah, the reversal of fortunes, but can they make do with this at all, right? Because no barriers have yet fallen. Reappers and Sweatproof need to do something, and Paranwar is finally back on the map. And with so much speed, he's just allowed to roam everywhere on the map. So much healing, though, on the opposite side, kind of removing some of this damage from Aimee and Asher. The flip, slightly awkward, gets delayed, and delayed smartly as Viper on Crit is taken off the map. Sweatproof needs to be very careful with his own HP, as one stray ability could take him off. Dodges away from the barrage. Tiger Slasher walking forward with the flip, doesn't opt to use it there. The pass coming through forward to Reappers, intercepted by Paranwar. The flip, perfectly timed to stop that barrier from falling, and there's the barrier falling on the opposite side. We may just see this set end here.
As the core bouncing awful pattern in the middle of the Atlas secondary, you could see it coming from a mile away, a heartbreaking way to end the set, but it is a 3-0 point for the side of Auburn A. And as we get into this draft, I mean, my goodness, so many little things in that last point could have changed up, and oh my goodness, that's all Sparks. That is 4 Sparks. The mayor is here. Paranwar has won the election. Let's go! Congratulations! I mean, the rest of the draft, I guess we should go over it, right? That is going to be the Asher. That is a great deny, I think, off of the Juliet, might have the Colossus after all of those size awakenings. It might have been an in goal, but we'll see, you know? Gonna get that consolatory stagger swagger. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, pretty big deny, as you said, but I think the other thing that's also pretty solid for Sweatproof is getting the Stagger Swagger, right? They've been taking a lot of damage all around, and even through Atlas now healing, there's still a surprising amount of damage going on to them. And having the Stagger Swagger not only makes it easier to live those, it makes them pretty fast and allow them to get into these positions to find these kills, as they nearly did on Paranwar there. No barriers taken for Tamu Maroon just yet, and so much damage. The recovery drone finally popped off of Sweatproof.
And that is an early recovery drone pop coming out from Sweatproof and just being barrage pelleted down. That is a lot of flips on the board, though. One is used by Paranoir. Dash punch attempt to try and get another reversal. Sweatproof is just in the corner. Poor Sweatproof being assaulted by everything imaginable in the book, fighting back as Viper on crit does get possession just for a moment, trying to find a way around Ramper's flip coming out from Tiger Slash. That's another recovery drone down from the Atlas primary. Incredible work, and we almost take our own barrier, but it is okay. As Sweatproof just gets a great dash punch confirmed into the goal off of the ultimate. That was great to watch. I loved that. Well played from the side of Tamu Maroon.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I was pretty speechless there while watching this all these shenanigans go on both sides, but hey, it worked out for Tamu Maroon, and maybe despite how the first game went for them and how close the game 2 was, they might actually be able to take this series when all is said and done. But so much damage on Reappers doesn't bode well for them, having to burn the Celestial Intervention and the Lifeline. The flip out by Viper on crit. Needs to be careful about his own life. The core goes up to Reappers, and Reappers goes down to the grave. And now Sweatproof looks to follow with Viper on crit, tries to flip him off, but actually fails to do so.
Just a beautiful Giga Blast from Paranoir. Rappers back on the field. Is going to remember that as another one. Grazes right past their ears. Sweatproof looking dangerously low now. Is going to be barraged, step into the Imi turret, and is going to be taken so low. That is going to be a great now secondary coming out to stabilize a little bit and just put some of the damage back on to Viper on crit, who lives for now. Still brawling. This is such a bloody match at this point. These teams are going at it with the most. What a situation to find yourself in. No, wow. What a strike bounce into the goal. That is 1-1 in set 5. Dead even game, Ether. Dead even.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a best of 3 points at this point, right? And we see one barrier already fall. Paranoir looking to take it down the bottom side. The Giga Blast, the Firewall Sentry already popped here, so that layering of abilities is not there for Auburn A. Perhaps they can find something in this corner for Tamu Maroon. Maybe not just yet, as Tiger Slasher burns that flip, but now he doesn't have it for any evade clear attempts against Sweatproofed. But nothing is really being accomplished yet.
And some fancy footwork and some strikes will find the barrier. That is the flip coming out from Reappers. I'm noticing Reappers loves to use the flip off cooldown, which is a decent enough thing to have. Rather use it than lose it. But maybe to, oh my goodness. The size, the positioning, Sweatproofed is just everywhere that they need to be, scoring with that core. From midfield even. It is remarkable.
Yeah, and he still has a flip to work with, and there is one more point. They are on series point, actually, at this moment, right? Some guy nearly has a flip of their own, and finally it ticks over. No barriers taken on either side. Sweatproof may just use it for the kill, doesn't find it, and that is one barrier taken in favor of Auburn A. Perhaps a second answered on the opposite side. A good glitch pop out by Tiger Slasher to get the core forward. Look at this middle orb. Where is it going? A great clear out by A, some guy. Sweatproof keeping the core there. With the size, looking for the kill, actually just punches past Viper on crit, and now that flip in melee finds a barrier, but pays for it with his own life, and with Viper on crit having a flip of their own, they may just find a barrier in return. But no, not yet. Tiger Slasher with this adrenaline rush is procced. He finds a second barrier. Now in this corner, a great clear out by A, some guy. Once again, it goes down to Sweatproof. Tiger Slasher in this position. He has to use his flip. It goes forward. It still doesn't go in. Now the core, it stays on the side of Tamu Maroon. They just can't get rid of it.
Just back and forth every single time. And that's a KO power play now on the side of Auburn A, but it is going to be their barrier going down in the midst of it off of, I think, a strike glitch pop. Great size, incredible, and just barely trying to find a way through, and that is going to go into the goal. Sweatproofed. Sweating on them just a little bit with that Pro League emote there. Incredible way to end it off of the power play. Well played from the side of Tamu Maroon. As we get out of this game 3, the set 5, almost 0.5. Again, well played. Well-deserved MVP coming out from Sweatproofed.
Absolutely deserved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sweatproofed telling us, yeah, 1-2 punch, nah, I'd win. And opting for that build different. Yeah, that took him a long way. That size, he has been playing so well using that size and absolutely styling on Tiger Slasher, but Tiger Slasher himself has been playing really well outside of it, right? He has offered so much on the offense for his forwards. It's just unfortunate for Auburn A that they weren't able to close it out here.
No, it was two Titans clashing against each other. I mean, just look. Yeah, you can see the goals on Tiger Slasher in like 2 goals of their own, 4 assists. They were involved. This was a very involved game on all sides, right? I mean, look at that. Sweatproofed has almost the same amount of saves on them as Reapers does, right? They were coming back. They were helping out in the defense, in the offense, all across the board. It's what can you do when somebody's everywhere all at once, right? I mean, and the Viper on crit strategy was, it got them to set 5, right? Standing in front of the Atlas, punching it in. It worked. But just that little bit of extra effort downfield is what mattered, I believe, with Sweatproofed there. And again, I say well-deserved set MVP.
Yeah, definitely very well deserved, right? Now, overall, I think, this pushes Tamu Maroon into playoffs now, so they are guaranteed that at 4-2. Auburn A does have to play next week, but personally, looking at the pool of teams that are sitting in this kind of 3-2 area, I think I do favor Auburn A being one of the teams that will make it through to playoffs at 4-3. Now, we'll have to see how things actually do play out. But before that, we still do have one more game for today. Now, that won't be me, but Saikeen, you'll be joining us, right?
I'll still be here. I will be here for the rest of the evening, so you better get used to the sound of my voice because I will be casting for you I believe this is that Texas State versus George Mason? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Correct. Yeah, Texas State versus George Mason University.
Oh, yeah?
But for that, we will have to go to a quick break, and Saikeen plus one of our other casters will see you on the other side.
See you there. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Game 3 of tonight's CCL matches. I'm joined here by the lovely Potat, and we are going to be casting Texas State versus the George Mason Patriots now. I'm getting some word that there's something's going on with one of these teams, Potat. Do you happen to know? Do you have any idea?
Oh, definitely. We are seeing a return of one of the original members of this GMU team, and that right there is a Wiggly Wobbly on the roster, playing with Rabies, Uwu, and Spartan. Spartan, currently for CCL, has been playing Brawler as well, but with Spartan in the goal, his main position, this is going to be pretty big, because we're seeing Spartan on a much more comfortable position than that Brawler that he's been playing for the whole season. So this could get pretty scary for Texas State.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what is going to be wiggling and what is going to be wobbling out there on the field. You know, it looks like we're going to have that X-Vice, damage bonanza out here on the field. But on the other side of things, you know, we're going to be seeing Texas State with the Asher, with the Luna, and the Rasmus. That is going to be a Luna in the goal box. Everyone except for Spartan has taken Sparks here. I am excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, with that Timeless Creator being basically only picked up by Spartan there, I think these Sparks are going to be coming in pretty handy here, and it's going to be a bit of a race to see who can get that first Spark on the board for their team. But what is first on the board as well is going to be that double barrier taken down on George Mason's side.
Absolutely. As the Luna comes flying in, that secondary being burned, they're not going to find anything just yet. Rabies with the core, trying to get it down to Wiggly Wobbly, who is going to be implementing some corner offense. The Imi turret does come out from Spartan, is going to secure that last barrier. Now is open goal, and Rabies just with a little shimmy back and forth is going to strike it in right into the goal, and that is going to be point one for the George Mason Patriots.
Yeah, pretty quick first point there for GMU, and now hopping into the second point. I think this is where the damage can be getting pretty big for the side of GMU. They all have their ultimates unlocked, and so we could see some pretty heavy damage here, and maybe some core control just to get it through this Luna goalie, which, as just typically, doesn't have the best defenses.
As displayed there, the Luna very quickly lost both of her barriers, and you know what? The same could be potentially said for Imi. Rabies in that top corner, ready to receive the pass. She unfortunately is going to be dashed out by Luna, who is going to now get core back into possession to Spartan, who's put down the sentry turret. Wiggly Wobbly with the dash is going to get the double stun on nice claps, and Luna is going to go into the goal. That is going to be a 2-0 set lead for the side of the George Mason Patriots.
Yeah, we saw that Firewall Sentry coming out from Spartan and dumping damage into Nice Claps there, who was kind of forced to stay back and kind of cover their Luna goalie to help out with that. But, I mean, when you're pretty much dead, that's one less defender that you have to comfortably defend. And so that ended up just getting GMU their second goal of this game.
Absolutely. Now that is one barrier down for either side. Aussie being taken low, Rabies being taken low. QI Jacob using the flip there, trying to break some of this pressure off, is going to reset the core a little bit. Rabies with possession, dribbling, gets level 3 off of that. That's going to be just a little bit more health for them to deal with now when they need it. QI Jacob's going to be taken dangerously though, is staggered, could be sent into the goal box. That is an open goal for both sides. Aussie with a great strike, and Luna's dead. That is a power play now.
Luna is off the board, and that leaves it up for Rabies to use that secondary, just pop straight forward and get that core just going straight in the net. And now we see George Mason with a very comfortable 3-0 first set. Wiggly Wobbly with that first pick, and I'm seeing both Perfect Form and Might of the Colossus being hovered by Wiggly Wobbly. Anything else kind of sticking out to you here?
I mean, that's the Perfect Form X, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's lots to navigate in this draft, right? There are so many great things for everybody. I wonder what Vice is going to... Okay, goes for the extra special. I guess they've decided in all of their calculus they're doing that is the best one to keep off of the hands of Luna. You know, Spartan's going to go for the missile prop tonight as well. That is Twin Drive falling down there. And honestly, If I'm a Luna goalie, I'm happy with Twin Drive Patat because that is just going to be another dash to either use offensively or have saved up for the defense, right? We get into this next point.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, honestly, that was a really good draft for Luna, but looking into the future here, that could be pretty scary for QI Jacob, because all those awakenings that you had the opportunity of maybe getting in that draft are now no longer available. So that's great awakenings for Luna, like extra special and specialized training that you just don't have access to. And those are some of Luna's biggest win conditions, especially with a game like this, where you're going to be trying to just kind of live and outmaneuver the other team and kind of force them away with your damage output.
Absolutely. Great rocket coming out from QI Jacob is going to secure the barrier for the side of Texas State, which leads to a beautiful little bout of possession up there by Ozzy, who is going to sink the core into the goal, getting Texas State their first point here, this is big. This is the momentum that they need for this game, to stay in it, to get some points, to get ahead, right? Now, that is a power play already.
Yeah, definitely. And with that pass splitter we saw coming out from Ozzy, followed up by QI Jacob's just offensive pressure with that secondary, we were able to see a lot more pressure on that IME goalie, who only really has that firewall sentry to be able to defend those kinds of offenses. And even that firewall sentry couldn't quite keep it away from that primary coming out from Asher.
And I mean, that is just so much. The firewall sentry goes down. The Vice is channeling the ultimate right there into just such a vacuum of death and destruction that leads to them getting a goal, right? That is going to be the George Mason Patriots taking it now. And almost the angle for a brilliant double barrier there around QI Jacob. Nice claps. They're taking dangerously low on this Rasmus. The path splitter does come out from Ozzy, going to try to find a way out, and Wiggly Wobbly is going to pop the X ultimate to get the barrier. That is an open net on a Luna with a very low Rasmus. This is not a position you want to find yourself in if you are Texas State.
Yeah, this damage is really scary here for Texas State, and we're seeing Nice Claps kind of getting sharked around by Wiggly Wobbly. And I mean, Spartan has no real offensive pressure being put on him, so he's able to kind of play it slow, just keep that core forward. And right there, we're seeing Wiggly Wobbly just pushing that core through into the net and getting themselves their second goal of this set.
There is just so much. There's a mountain for Texas State to climb, and it is Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan just holding everything down, either downfield or on their side of the field, as Rabies is taking dangerously low. Ozzy, though, getting a little bit of damage dealt to them as well in that exchange. Both are regenning, both are almost. That is going to be a great hook off of Nice Claps to a finish from Ozzy. What great team play coming out here in the power play. The Sentry turret does come out, but it is going to assist Ozzy in getting that goal. But taken out, expending everything. Glitch Pop is going to save the barrier for now, and this is now a reverse power play.
Yeah, and we've seen some great plays from both teams, just knocking that damage onto everybody as we see Nice Claps get taken out. And Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies are just able to push that core straight into the net. I mean, we just saw Texas State never really had their full roster up in that last point, and that last couple points, actually. And, I mean, even with the damage that they were kind of dumping into Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies, they just weren't quite able to keep the core away. And Spartan, with that missile prop we saw him pick up last, in the last set, was able to just keep the core forward for the other side.
And it is just, there is so much available to the side of George Mason already that is just making life so hard for Texas State. And I mean, it's just going to get a lot rougher from here on out. That is going to be the stagger swagger on the Spartan. That is going to be something that the other team really wants, especially when you're dealing with a Vice. You know, that chrono boost from Vice is going to be doing a lot more to keep the stuns coming. Though, I will say, one Spark did fall down to Luna, so this could be big. This could be the start of something great. Patat. This could be the start of something amazing.
Yeah, and if Texas State is able to win this set, if QI Jacob is able to get that MVP, he's most likely going to have a nice, fresh Spark available to him to get that triple Spark, get the Mayor getting started. And, I mean, right now, though, we are seeing some pretty dangerous pressure. This could prove fatal with Texas State
only having one more set to prove themselves. And if they can't hold it down, then George Mason is just going to close it out before QI Jacob can really get a chance to scale with those sparks at all.
We'll see, almost brilliantly doubly barriered off of QI Jacob's secondary there. The dash comes back in for another one. The sentry turret is going to come out as Ozzy is being beat to a pulp in the backline. Great dash is going to keep the defense going for a little bit longer, but that missile prop enhanced glitch pop is going to secure the barrier. Ozzy took a little trip to the enemy goal box to get that orb. Well done, Ozzy. Well done. As now is one barrier to one barrier here. Raby is going to just be implementing some corner offense. Luna going to cut the pass with the secondary. Not going to find anything just yet. A bout of pressure. Back to neutral. Secondary comes in. Not going to find anything off it.
Yeah, and QI Jacob has been using the secondaries pretty well. They've just been able to keep the core forward, help Ozzy and Nice Claps just prevent any kind of defensive side from George Mason. And with this pressure, we're also seeing, as we saw earlier, just both of those flips get wasted from Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly with no real use coming out of them. And that's what Luna's cooldowns are for. You don't really want to use them to defend nearly as much, but instead you want to keep the core away.
I mean, Spartan just... You can play keep away all you want. Spartan's going to dash in there and going to stun you with that Imi secondary and score on you. And that is now the 2-0 lead for the George Mason Patriots against Texas State here. Nice Claps is being beaten to a pulp once again. X trying to find something. Bull Rush into the air, trying to fight Ghost instead of Nice Claps. But there, Nice Claps is going to go down eventually. Rabies, looking low themselves, is going to take an orb from the enemy team. And I think Rabies just saved that because the core stopped from the Vice secondary, to try to keep pressure off of them. It saved the goal barrier. Did stop the flip from happening, which probably would have saved it as well, but my goodness. What a series of events.
Yeah, I think that secondary did in fact waste that flip from QI Jacob, which could be pretty useful here as there's no way to get that core away quite yet. And with that Firewall Sentry online, we're seeing just so much pressure coming out from George Mason. You can't send it down, you can't send it up, your teammates get knocked into the net, and you're able to just close out that first game. George Mason taking that very, very confidently, just, I think, only dropping 1 point that entire game. They're looking super strong. Wiggly Wobbly taking those points in stride, and I believe, securing that MVP for the game.
Mm-hmm. Well earned, well deserved. I mean, Wiggly Wobbly was doing just a little bit of everything that you want your brawler to do. They were keeping possession, they were taking the barriers, they were taking names for KOs. I mean, honestly, everyone on this George Mason's team was killing, fighting, brawling. 3 KOs on Rabies, 4 on Wiggly Wobbly, 3 on Spartan. They were being very proactive with their damage, with their KOs. But you know what? Nice Claps and Ozzy, they clapped back. They got 2 KOs on Nice Claps, 1 on Ozzy. Well played. That could be a strategy, right? Because they definitely got a point when they did get that power play. So that's something to look towards, right? Because the team of George Mason drafted pure damage, pure kills. That's just a very hard comp to play against. Draft something even more evil against them, right? What do you think about that?
So I think that the comp that we saw from Texas State was a bit interesting there. I think the Luna goalie is pretty good, but I think just Rasmus midfield isn't a very often seen midfield pick, and you see that especially because it's really, you only really have 1 or 2 abilities to get the core around the other team, and it's a lot harder when you have a more kind of traditional Vice midfield who's able to just push that core through you with tons of cooldowns, tons of range that Rasmus just doesn't really have. And so I think that was a big kind of crumple in their defensive side of things and offensive side of things. Just they weren't able to keep the core away because Rasmus doesn't have great defensive potential. Even as a goalie, he's good, but not that great. So it's kind of a balance of, especially with that Luna goalie, it's kind of a balance of, can you just keep this core away? And can you just dump damage into the other team while they're trying to attack you? That we didn't really see there, I think, from that comp that they ended up playing out. But I'm interested in seeing what this next kind of comp they're going to pick is, because I liked what they were thinking, especially with that pick.
Yeah, I'm seeing the awakenings for this next game here, and they are something. I don't imagine we'll see a single person taking an orb replicator. I imagine this is going to be all Sparks again. Maybe Spartan takes orb replicator to be different again, like everyone else. You know what I'm saying. But we are seeing the Juno getting banned out here. That's understandable, right? I believe Rabies is a big fan. She loves that Juno. So it's going to be the Kai coming out now for the ban. But Julie, first pick Julie. On CTC, we just saw a generational performance out of Sweatdrift on the Juliet on this map, so I'm excited to see what can be done here with this Julie here, right? In the hands of what is that going to be? That's going to be Nice Claps, right? Or is it going to be?
I think it'd be either Nice Claps or Ozzy. I'm not too sure.
Ozzy, I'm sorry.
Probably Ozzy, yeah. I'm not too sure who the midfielder is, but we are going to see a very similar comp coming out from Texas State here with that Rasmus midfield, I'd imagine, with that Luna goalie coming out from QI Jacob. And finally, instead of that Asher that we saw in the last game, we're going to see a Juliet pickup for Ozzy. And on the other side, we're seeing a pretty similar comp to, barring that final pick. Actually, we're seeing pretty interesting pick
this
here.
Is gonna
I think it's going to be a damage dump once again.
Oh no. Get some healing. Pick a Dow. Grab an Atlas. This is going to be a slaughter fest. Oh. Okay. I mean, I there's hope, right? Some good dash punches could mean the world here, of course. So we'll see. Luna's going to be good at supporting that damage just to keep, the targets dash punchable, ultable, all of that good stuff. And then Rasmus just needs to cook, right, in the midfield. Keep possession however you can while your Juliet tries to do their work. It's going to be... You're going to have to fight to stay alive in this one. That is a Vice Zentaro Finny. For those who don't know, Finny, she has a fun little secondary that when you get hit with the debuff on it, you take extra damage, I believe. And I don't know if it's more knockback, but I know for sure you take more damage. But... whew. This is going to be rough. This is going to be a hard one, and I'm excited to see how they play it out, navigate it, survive. All the good stuff.
I think, this could be pretty rough. Once again, it's going to be sort of a can we stay alive coming out from Texas State. But I think with the comp that they have between that Rasmus pickup, with that Juliet pickup, with that Luna especially, you're going to see a lot more of just trying to less get kills and picks off of the other team from that damage side of things, but more that KO knockback side of things. And so if QI Jacob can maybe get a primary or whammy into Crater Maker combo, we could see a couple nice quick kills off that. Of course, the Juliet dash punch always going to be useful. And with Rasmus, you can get quite a few good kill combos with if the opponent's staggered, and also that primary just has some nice fresh power that could just knock the other team straight into the net, straight into the side of the map for you. But as we're getting into it, we're seeing our Clarion Corp game, George Mason up 1-0. Ooh, this could be pretty big.
I mean, everyone across the board took the glasses. Everyone is Spark of focusing right now on this game. 6 Sparks in this lobby. As we get into this, Nice Claps has already secured the center orb, the gimmick of this map. He is a giant among, well, now not so much anymore, but is going to find a barrier for his troubles. Or going to find its way up to QI Jacob, who's going to dash and try to find a barrier. Not going to find it just yet. Ozzy down here in the midfield trying to find something. They're breaking down this orb in the middle. The barrier goes down. Finny ultimate out. Vice ultimate out. And that is... we're reaching level 2 now, Patat.
Yeah, and with all those ultimates available, we are seeing that second barrier go down for the side of Texas State. And we're just seeing so much damage already coming out from the side of George Mason. That's the brawler for Ozzy getting taken off the board, and that Flip getting used for QI Jacob. And just so much pressure is already getting dumped onto the side of Texas State. I mean, the first point KO goes kind of crazy.
It does, and I mean, just being vice primary like that hurts the soul. But Ozzy will recover, will come back stronger, and Ravies is going to do a defensive ult to try and save their own life. It is going to be just a little enough for now, is going to tick down just a little bit, not going to recover their life just yet, but Nice Claps is without stagger bar, without evade. Rabies is going to snatch that healing orb out of their hands. Wiggly Wobbly going to finish off the KO, and that is going to be 2 barriers down on the side of Texas State. Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly trying to cook here. Spartan just not able to receive that core just yet. Power play is going to be over as the Zentaro ultimate comes out.
Yeah, and with Spartan feeling a little comfortable to just go up, go forward, dump that damage into Ozzy, who's just about staggered here. And instead, Nice Claps getting taken out by that primary from Rabies. 2 for 2 on those kills, and just gonna push it straight through into the net. I mean, the damage output, I said it so many times before, I'm gonna say it many times more, but that damage output from George Mason's just kind of insane, even just getting into this 3rd point.
Hey, that is a disgusting amount of damage, and that is a disgusting double barrier coming out from Nice Claps and Ozzy working together in concert. Pass into the hook, into the double barrier. Well played. Then the ultimate is going to come out. Great. Luna secondary is going to keep the barriers alive for just a little bit longer until we can regain possession down to our Ozzy waiting down the line. But that is our Rabies ultimate coming out, and this could be a very dead QI Jacob. That is a very dead QI Jacob, and now it is Ozzy in the net. Brawler is going to try to get it done. Almost saves it there. Punch was just a little bigger, we would have gotten there. But it is going to be the first set going over to the George Mason Patriots.
Yeah, Texas State lost their first teammate, lost their second teammate, and left just Ozzy in that net without that secondary either. So without many cooldowns, with that tiny Juliet, you're not going to be able to get too much off of that. However, what we are going to see a whole lot getting off of is we're going to see Rabies picking up that heavy impact on the Vice. We're going to see that Stinger pickup from Wiggly Wobbly. And I mean, that's just so much damage. A whole lot of more cooldowns for Rabies. I mean, if we saw a lot of damage in that previous set, we're gonna see so much more now.
Yeah, I mean, the one survival awakening was taken by Spartan. That reverb is now there's no surviving. George Mason has decreed it as one player is down. Nice Claps dead. Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly looking for Ozzy. Taken low, does have some stagger bar to work with. Rabies being taken low as well, does have the orb waiting in the background. QI Jacob from downtown almost finds the goal, but good defense coming out from Spartan is going to keep the play alive, and Nice Claps almost getting taken out in the same exact spot. Ozzy with the dash punch, that's what we're looking for, but Rabies with the response ult is going to, this is just a 2v2 now, Patat.
I mean, this is just like a boxing ring. We've seen just everybody getting taken out one after the other, and now, I mean, everybody has full stagger bars, but I'd imagine that's not going to stick for too long as Nice Claps is taken down to less than half health. And I mean, just the damage output is so strong, even with losing Wiggly Wobbly for that one little bit. We're seeing Rabies take out 2. Oh my gosh.
That was almost another kill off of the Zentaro primary as well. Oh, right up, dap him up. QI Jacob, great game sense though. Incredible secondary up to try and stop Rabies from receiving that core, getting the core flip, but it was just, everything happened too fast in concert. Flip was able to get off straight into the goal. Well played from all players in that situation. Just special props to QI Jacob for just reading that, sensing it. Well played. As we get into this next set, Ozzy's already dead, Rabies is already dead, gets the orb. Same old story that I've been talking about.
Yeah, but we're seeing one barrier down from each side, and I think with QI Jacob having that Luna Gully, we're seeing some great plays, some great awareness coming out. Just like using that secondary to just keep that net from being opened, using that eject button, getting back up for the strike. And now we're seeing the pressure getting instead shifted over to the side of George Mason. Whether it's short-lived or not, we're going to see the front side of Texas State getting staggered, getting low.
Nice Claps and Ozzy have been fighting to stay alive for the past 45 seconds, maybe even longer. But now, as we're almost getting into overtime, the ultimate is going to come out from Rabies. That Vice is going to be taking a little bit more names. QI Jacob just going to dash down, not going to find anything as The shot from Wiggly Wobbly goes to the top. Gonna sink it nice. Rabies was there to, cover any dashes anyways. It was a hard position to find yourself in, especially you just keep dying and when there's so much damage coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, QI Jacob lost both of his forwards so many times in this set, and now another forward gets taken out with Ozzy knocked off the board. But, I mean, QI Jacob is doing such a great job of just trying to keep this core away. But, I mean, even so, with all this pressure coming out from Wiggly Wobbly, from Spartan, from Rabies, it's super scary because you're going to see right there QI Jacob stuck with 2 forwards right in front of his face. And just that it's hard to win a strike war against 2 people. So that core going to go straight up past QI. And now we're seeing George Mason up on series set with what looks like a spark of agility up, which might be a pretty big thing with everybody in the lobby having taken a spark.
Yeah, and that is going to be the spark of agility going to Rabies. I mean, this Vice is going to have primaries whenever she wants them. Right? Already has the spark of focus, has the heavy impact. You land one. I'm in my opinion, you've already got it back as soon as you land it because of the way heavy impact works. But that is going to be 1-2 punch on the Juliet. This could be big. This could be their way back in. Just a good dash punch could be the difference maker here. You're staggered and dead. That is unfortunate, but it's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, to top up that Might of the Colossus, top up that Pummelers, you are going to see a lot more kill power coming out from Ozzy, but the problem is you got to be alive in the first place to get those kills, and we're seeing both Ozzy and Nice Claps already taken to stagger not even 20 seconds into the point, and now they're just fighting to stay alive, but Spartan, accidentally opens up both his barriers, and now it's up to Nice Claps and QI Jacob to maybe open up this goal.
There was just the briefest moment where I thought, oh my goodness, they just sunk the goal, but nope. Spartan was there, ready with a Finny card, saved the whole interaction, and it just got downfield again. And I mean, that's what can you do? What can you do? Oh my goodness, already the power play might even be another KO, and this is just a 12-second point as 2 forwards down instantly. QI Jacob left alone in his net, and yes, I would press the Luna F2 emote as well. It's, what can I do?
I mean, this damage output from the side of George Mason is so incredibly strong. We're seeing that Super Surge is taking out Ozzy already, knocked down to staggered. And, I mean, just if Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies just keep up this pressure, keep up this damage, it doesn't matter if they lose their first barrier. They already have 2 players off on the other side. Now it's up to QI Jacob to just maybe get something here.
And that's all she wrote. I mean, that was just so much to deal with. The great, playing around the 3v1, right? Everyone took their positions, they held them, they got the barrier. Then it's just simple setup, boom, bing, bong, Zentaro secondary into the goal, and that's it. That is, wow. MVP coming out of Rabies, and you know what? I saw how many Vice primaries she shot down at the bottom, at the top, got KOs off of them. Well deserved. Did 13 KOs on Rabies. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that first game was, I think, 11 and a half minutes or so. This game that we just saw was 10 and a half minutes. And in those 10 and a half minutes, we saw 16 kills from the side of George Mason, only 1 in response from the side of Texas State. I mean, at some point, they were just able to play into their comp so well. They had that damage output. They had the characters to give that damage output. And, I mean, just so much pressure was coming out. That first game was a 9-1. This game just a complete clean sweep, a 9-0 for the side of George Mason. And, I mean, that looks pretty strong. Wiggly Wobbly showing up for this game. And, I mean, this is, I think, peak George Mason Patriots. That was insane.
Absolutely. I agree completely. That X Factor, Wiggly Wobbly, stepping out on the field, getting the Corestrike cleats on, telling Spartan, get in the goal box, I got this, and just comes out and kills them with the help of Rabies, of course. I mean, looking at this stat line, it's more like Wiggly Wobbly was helping Rabies with the KOs, right? I mean, incredible. Just the team synergy that they seem to have was immaculate. It was truly something great to watch. And I mean, it's not like the team of Texas State weren't finding ways. They were evolving mid-match, finding ways to, try and survive, get through. The first set looked like, we might be able to survive. We might be able to get through this. But, once the awakening started to stack up, there's only so much that you can do when you have a waterfall of damage pouring down on you at every single moment of your existence in the game. So, it was a hard fight. It was a hard fight for sure. But
I mean,
you know what? They'll pick it back up. They'll come back stronger. I know it.
Definitely. And I mean, despite the fact that the only kill for the side of Texas State was one for Ozzy, we did see, I mean, it felt like Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies were staggered just as much as the side of Texas State. It's just a matter of Texas State just wasn't quite able to get those kills on the board. And I think that's what ended up kind of changing the game for them, locking down those points. And I mean, that was just such a strong showing from George Mason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolute beautiful. Great teamwork, great synergy, and a lot to learn here if you're Texas State, right? Because you can come away from this game with a lot, I think. So with that has been CCL. I believe we're looking at, week 6. I've been Cy Keen, joined by Potat, broadcasted on Bestie in Slot. So happy to have been here. I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday evening and a great weekend as well.